Hello, everyone. Welcome to Sekimeiya Sundays.
Hello, hello. I am the reason we're a couple minutes late. Sorry about that.
Chat is, or was, playing Jackbox until like literally 10 seconds ago. So now they're gonna say a bunch of esoteric jokes in the chat that we don't understand.
Goonsy? What's
Yeah,
Goonsy?
it's probably something to do with what I just said.
Oh,
Right. I'm gonna play a couple minutes of ads to turn off pre-rolls, and we'll just chill.
Jackbox.
Would you like to read your own sub message, or shall I read it? What would you prefer?
I would like you to read it, but don't do Valley Girl voice.
I'm sorry, you're gonna just it's a part and parcel situation.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, okay. Well,
All right, just your last chance.
it's okay. It's okay.
Thanks, Joe, for resubbing. Oh my god, 5 months with the Sekimeiya. Thank you so much. And thanks, Caps, for resubbing as well. Nice to see you here, Caps. I hope you're feeling better.
Paint the wall with my brains. Holy shit.
I haven't been on last two Seki streams. Did I miss anything? Nope. Thank you, Velvet Milfman, also for resubbing.
What do you mean?
Hmm?
What do you mean? Of course. Shiroya played the lottery. Yeah.
Shiroya did play the lottery. So in my game jam game, I watched Walrus stream the game jam games, and he played ours, and he immediately clocked that one of the robots was called seven like 11037 backwards 73011, and then he got to the name of the main robot, and it was designation 30051231, and he was like, well, that's not a reference to anything. Oh yes, it was. The printer was killed, and you forgot. The printer was hypothetically killed. The printer was not actually killed, as far as I know. I don't think she actually did anything.
Sekiyusi's son or Gonsusi daughter? What the fuck?
I don't know what the Gons thing is. I don't.
Why son and daughter? What are the?
Oh, that's a different meme. That's a different meme where you have to pick between X son or Y daughter that are like vaguely related somehow. So it would be like Umineko son or Higurashi daughter or something like that. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know the origin.
I picked a bad year to go on. Yeah.
No, I think that one's newer. I think that one's just this year. It's just that everybody has like TikTok paced brain rot, so there's just a new one like every year. Or like every week. And so it's like it's like it doesn't matter. Like if you just like don't go online for a couple of minutes, you're already cooked. NL said it a lot. Okay, it's NL themed. There you go.
It's the Zoomers. The Zoomers are at fault.
Yeah.
How do I sound, by the way, chat? I turned my sensitivity down a little bit, or up. How does that work? The slider went down, but the sensitivity went up. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, can you hear the washing machine?
Only a little.
And I just sound like a maniac. Okay.
It just went ding. Turn Sai up. I'm told we may be seeing Sai this stream. Don't get too excited. Okay. Ads are over, so I'm gonna post all my announcement thingies.
I'm excited for Sekimeiya today.
Me too.
We're back in the building. We're gonna do some searches.
We are gonna do some searches.
The good old days have returned.
Back on our bullshit. Turn Sai down on prom night. I would never. Please add a point redeem for putting emotional support Sai on screen. Okay. Sounds good to me. Hold on one sec. I'll do it right now. How about that? Let's see. Add new custom reward.
Chat will really hear something that's become spread all over the internet and proclaim NL bit like a chorus of angels. I know it's irritating. It's irritating. Would you prefer German bit? Yeah, I would actually. I feel like Germa doesn't get credit for some bits lately.
All right, you can now redeem Psy on screen. You can. There we go. There we go.
Emotional support Psy.
That's 1, 2. How long did I say it was? 5 minutes of Psy on screen? Alright, the timer starts now. No Scrandle intro? We don't do dolls on Sundays, sorry. It vanished with the screen transition. What do you mean? Thank you, Double Jumper, for resubbing. What a half year it's been. Thank you, Mouse. Thank you, Double Jumper. Thanks for being here. I'm very happy that a lot of the people who were here from day one are still here. Hello, Mouse. How are you doing? I'm doing okay. How are you doing? The Nor 999.
Now there's 2 Scrandles. How do I get to Baldur Scrandle?
If
I type in Google
scrandle.boulder.fi and then go to compare at the top. Gonna be making burgers, hoping this section goes better for us. I'm sure it will. It might be less entertaining for chat though. Wrong way around it. Scrandle first. I did say, didn't I say scrandle.boulder.fi?
What? How did that one lose to the other one? You're crazy. God. What?
Since Umi peaked last stream, it's only fair Sekimeiya peaks here too. This is perfectly reasonable expectations. Still Scylla says, hi, first time dropping by. Hey there, welcome, welcome. Scylla? I've played Final Fantasy XIV for years and never learned how to pronounce that name.
Wow.
I know.
Wow.
I know.
Wow. Okay, I got an 8 out of 10 on Baldur Scrandle. I'm just destined to get 8 out of 10 forever.
I guess so. Big fan, you'll fit right in here. Welcome. Have you seen the video of the guy making Werner Herzog commentary during the Donkey Kong Bonanza? Joe?
No.
Okay, we'll watch it over break.
Okay.
We'll watch it over break. Okay. All right. So, normally, when we start the Sekimeiya stream, we review what happened in the previous stream. But is that necessary for us this time?
I don't think so. Basically, briefly, from my recollection, is that there were some important things that happened, but it was all very vibes based. So basically, it was 2 streams in a row of Shiroya being Hamlet and just not having the chops to monologue quite like Hamlet can, and it was a lot of like slice of life, cooking, going to the store, going to the cafe. However, a lot of interesting things happened in the middle of that with like she was being stalked. Like it seemed like time was broken a couple of times.
Yeah.
Like it could be something as simple that her phone is wrong or she's like unsynced from time or whatever. And at the very end, it was like one of the best scenes in the VN so far, I think, because it was actually kind of creepy. She broke into the what is it? What are they called again? The
Ashia
people that
Tower.
own the building. Ahia? Ashia, thank you. Sorry, I forgot about it. She broke into Ashia Tower through the side door, and she went through the dark. Found out that someone had just tried to steal the Sekimeiya before she got there. Must have accidentally touched it and teleported themselves through time. And it was also like crazy hot. And also, I am convinced that at one point she was looking down the hallway and she saw like she should have been able to see a light in the room, but she couldn't see it. And then a couple seconds later, she could start seeing again, which means that by my reckoning, someone was standing in that room and blocking the light and then moved away. And I know this because I have like hundreds of hours of spooky staring in a dark room from my childhood. So like definitely I think there was someone else in the building with her. What do you think, Mouse?
Yeah, I think there's a pretty good chance of that. Yeah. A couple of people asked about the theory chart. We were going to do the theory chart, but I got absolutely fucking roasted for time this week because of a combination of streaming and then also migraine and then game jam and then a Final Fantasy 14 thing that I did this weekend. So we did not have a chance to update the theory chart, and that's probably on me. So I'm sorry I don't have a chart for you. But yeah, I think you're probably right that there was someone in there with her. I think it was Kate based on absolute just vibe space.
Who do we think touched the Sekimeiya before she got there and teleported out? Akaro or Sai?
Akaro.
Akaro? I think Akaro as well, yeah.
Yeah, I think if there's a Zen agent, it's Akaro. And his funny little silent feet.
Yeah. Oh, she wouldn't be able to hear him if it was him moving around.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. They didn't say that shit without it becoming plot relevant. I think that your point about her seeming to be like weirdly unstuck in time during the Shiroya City portion is what was making me think like maybe the Sekimeiya like makes you time sick somehow. It's weird because we have all of those like fake endings where everybody just kind of continues into the future and we don't really hear anything about that. But like I mean the part where like is she like, okay, for example, like is she really that bad at cooking meat, or was she cooking meat somehow that was like way older than it should have been?
I didn't think of that as a clue. Huh.
Yeah, and also the stuff with her heater where she's like, how long did I leave that heater on for? Like, it's really hot in here. Like, that also seems related, right? All of those little details that were coming up over and over again that were just weird little inconsistencies. Just seem like they can't just be weird little inconsistencies. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure some of them are red herrings, but so far this visual novel is pretty deliberate about what it includes and making it meaningful later. So, yeah.
Maybe that's why she's always been time sick. She hates tap water because it goes bad faster.
Maybe.
It's all connected.
Is that why she doesn't order warm baked goods? You're so right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. So the first time chatter asked what's Sekimeiya. Sekimeiya is the visual novel we're reading, and it is the name of a device in the visual novel we're reading. So if you don't want to know more than that, you should flee quickly.
I have a question for you.
What's up?
What do you think of? We kind of know because we've been told throughout it, but what do you think of the dynamic when it comes to a lot of VNs and a lot of games? In that, if this was a book, as you're flipping through the book, like the amount of pages that you're like tucking under your thumb that you have left to go, it gets progressively smaller, right?
Yeah.
And you have this tactile feedback as you're reading the book. Like I'm almost at the end because you're running out of pages, right? So what do you think of the dynamic when it comes to VNs and stuff that you don't have that? You don't like right now, like I know roughly where we are based on past comments, but I didn't have those past comments. For all I know, like we could be done today. You know what I mean? Like it's like I have no idea when the ending is really. I kind of like that, but there's also something lost, I think, with like the building kind of like tension as you get fewer and fewer pages under your thumb as you're reading a physical book. That you're like ooh, I'm almost at the end. You know what I mean? Like, what do you think about that? Any thoughts?
Why, Joe, thank you for asking about my special interest, technological affordances in storytelling. That might sound like the title of a class to you. So what I think is when it comes to storytelling using any kind of medium, every way that you can tell a story, like the contents of the story relates to the material nature of the way it's being told in a different way. And so I think that for me, I think you're right, especially I think mysteries are a really interesting example of this, right? Because if I were reading a mystery book, especially as the pages there's fewer and fewer and fewer of them, I feel more pressure to solve it, right? Like, which is I'm counting down the amount of information that they can give to me to solve it. Which actually one really interesting thing in reading the Tokyo Zodiac Murders which is one of the Shin Honkaku books that Umineko is based on, there's a part at the end where they literally have like an intermediary section, and they're like, hey, just so you know, note from the author, you have all the information necessary to solve this, so I recommend you go do that now. Like it actually just says that to you before you proceed to the conclusion. And it's interesting that books can do that. Like, you're totally right. I think the thing about like technological affordances and stories taking advantage of them is that they have to take advantage of them. And I think there was a game on the stream recently that I'm not going to name that I was quite frustrated with because because of the nature of what was happening in the game, you could tell that the game was not going to end, even though it was pretending it was going to end. And I think that when it's executed well, it can be really interesting. And when it's not executed well, it falls kind of flat. Like right now, with Sekimeiya, I feel like that isn't being like taken advantage of at all. Like, almost, you know what I mean? Like, I don't really feel that like, I don't I kind of just feel like I don't understand the structure of the story at this point. I think that they made a good choice to take us to Shiroya City, but I don't, the story structure is not like being manipulated in a way that makes me think it's going one way or another, whereas I really like it when things build into like false endings or like different kinds of like branching structures, or like the other kinds of things that can happen in visual novels where you don't have like the stack of pages remaining. I'm really interested when things are able to execute on that in an interesting way. Please don't ask me for a good example because I can't come up with one off the top of my head. So
well, I can think of a good example, but like it would also spoil something, and it's related to I don't want to say, you probably know exactly what I'm talking about because I spoke about it recently. I feel like that's one of the advantages of the medium, and video games can do that. They can actually have a fake out ending because you know that you can't feel that there are still pages left. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Although there was a book one time that did get me like that because I didn't realize that like the book had like, I don't know, like 100 pages of fucking glossary at the end. So like I was suddenly at the end, I'm like, wait, what? And I was like, oh, cool. So like, that it can happen, I guess, sometimes, but yeah. And the little first fucking 2 chapters of the author's next fucking book or some shit, you know what I mean? Like, yeah,
some shit like that. Yeah, House of Leaves is another example of where it's just like all over the place. Boulder says, my ebook reader has a slider you can use to scrub the whole book. I wonder if a VN should have a progress bar till the end of the story. I don't think so. I think it's more interesting when it doesn't. I just like it when it takes advantage of that in an interesting way. Although I guess you could, although I guess you could say that actually being disoriented and not really knowing where we are with stuff right now is kind of taking advantage of it. Because I do feel like I was pretty sure like by the end of chapter 1 that we were going to go loop back to the beginning, and like as soon as we got there it was pretty obvious that was going to be Mia, and then like but like at this point like the only thing remaining to me is the only directions I can see us taking is like we get another character's perspective, probably like Sai, Akaro, or Kite, or we get I just named all the remaining characters, so yeah, it's probably one of them, or we get like the third timeline, which we might be getting right now actually, since that could happen. So yeah.
I want to keep talking about this. I have more examples, but let's read.
All right.
Sorry.
you started this. Okay. Yeah, so anyway, the TLDR of where we are is we were in Shiroya City. There's a lot of weird fuckiness. When we were in Shiroya City, I just wrote kill me. I don't even remember that. We met the one really important piece of information that we got was that she met Vaisude, which was the cop who also got travel back in time, and he was the one who wrote that forum post. So we did get that information, and we also got the information that a member of Zin had also pretty clearly time traveled, and with all of the information we have, it looks like the Sekimeiya can somehow move you forward in time as well as backward.
Yeah, I feel like that was 99.9999% confirmed at the end of last stream. Yeah, it has to be. Yeah, unless it is what you said it is, and it's like all the timelines are like off sync, and it just shifts you down like through, and they're just that is effectively the same thing as traveling forward in time, I guess, but it's just like it's just you're shifting down to a different dimension that is just ahead of you. Yeah.
I will say
I'm ready to read.
One more. There's an interesting question in chat, which is someone mentioned that there's a lot of obfuscation in Sekimeiya, which makes it harder to feel like you're in a place where you're connected to the text, as opposed to something like Umineko, where you were reading and you and Battler kept having the same ideas at the same time all of the time. Like he was really well attuned. It's because he had a really good reader who was giving him feedback on it, who unfortunately he lost near the beginning of Answer Arcs. I'm gonna attribute it 99% to that. Versus Sekimeiya, where this person is saying because there's so much obfuscation in Sekimeiya, it doesn't always feel like that. And Godot said that he felt the story was precision crafted to know where an average savvy reader would be in their thought processes. I actually agree that a lot of the time Sekimeiya knows where you are in your thought processes. It just doesn't address it in the same way that Ryukishi does, which is by calling it out explicitly using a character. I feel like Sekimeiya has multiple times for us, and I would like to hear what you think about this, Joe, but I feel like multiple times for me, Sekimeiya has answered a question I had implicitly, almost as soon as I had it, or address something that we were thinking right one line afterward. I think that does happen, but it doesn't happen through a character who's basically being a voice piece, voicing the thought itself.
It doesn't happen in the same kind of Umineko sometimes does it in a way that almost feels like you're getting a hug. It's like Ryukishi is hugging you through Battler and is being you know what, this you just said the exact thought you're supposed to be. You're not crazy. That's good. You are. It's very reassuring. If it builds up a lot of trust. And then he talks about trust later on in the story. It's a very cool experience too to have that thought and then have the character have that thought immediately in the next line. Almost is spooky. How, especially for me, how in tune I was with Battler for so much of the story. And I feel like Sekimeiya does do that similar kind of thing, but in a much colder way, to the point that you're just kind of there's still this lingering feeling of doubt in your mind, being was that the right thought? And maybe that's on purpose to I feel like Sekimeiya wants to make you paranoid, and it wants to make you very much feel like the characters are I don't really know what's going on. It's meant to be a kind of a harsher kind of the brightness is turned up on your monitor kind of experience. Whereas I feel like Umineko is dealing with a lot of fucked up shit so often that it wants to give you these moments where it's it's okay, it's fine. I know there's a lot, your thought process is accounted for. You're not all over the place. And I'm not sure if one's better than the other, to be honest with you, because I feel like Sekimeiya is trying to give you a different experience.
Yeah, that's what I think too. Ultimately, comparing them is, I think saying one is better than the other at this particular thing is not the most useful lens to look at it. It's more what are they trying to accomplish with it? But I do think that both of them are pretty in tune with where your thought process is at any given time.
Well, it's a good example someone just said. That they address the movement of Earth through space type stuff. Yeah, because that was a thought that I had, where it's and is when it had, I'm like, oh wow, they are really making it clear that this is a story that has really thought about the real consequences and ramifications of time travel. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know exactly how far they're going to do it, but that is so Steins Gate tries to do this at the beginning and then just completely and utterly shits the bed afterwards, and it's just almost it's making fun of you for thinking that was going to be a very thoughtful story. So I'm not just because they did that one example doesn't mean that I'm always going to think that Sekimeiya is going to take time travel as hyper realistically as possible. But that was another token very late into the story, or deep enough into the story that it's no, we have considered a bunch of this stuff. This is not going to be some joke vibes based thing. You know what I mean? Yeah. Anyway, I'm
totally.
yapping.
No, you're welcome to yap. People like it when you yap. I like it when you yap. Yep. All right, I'm gonna read a couple of things from subs and stuff, and then we can get going. All right, so thank you, Snake Immer, for resubbing. Congrats on leaving Shiroya City. Only a Seki peek ahead, surely. Yeah, nothing else could possibly happen now. Thank you. Oh, sorry, 1 second. Here we go. Thank you, Jelly, for resubbing as well. 6 months. What a day for it to fall on too. Thanks for all the streams, Mouse. I hope you and Joe have as much fun with them as I do watching them. I think we have a lot of fun. I look forward to these at this point.
I do too.
Yeah. It's something never thought previously possible.
Mm-hmm.
And thank you, No Hope, for my queer ass for resubbing. We got I have to start a side timer. You made me a Seki Fuller like 10 weeks ago. Been gone a long time, but I'm glad to see how deep the story has its hooks in you. Oh shit, you went and read it? Hell yeah. I hope you had fun. All right, we've got 5 minutes of emotional support Sai loaded up. We've got Katsuki on the screen looking as intelligent as ever. We've got our voice assignments.
As intelligent as ever. All right, we're good to go.
I think we're good to go.
We're good to go. Wow, I didn't think we were gonna get there. It's gonna be a yapping stream forever. All right. Are you Shiroya?
What? Yes. Where are we? I just appeared here. Do you want to take this?
Sure. I couldn't believe it was him. I thought seeing him again was impossible. However, the look he gave me seemed full of suspicion. His eyes were piercing mine, and he appeared wary. I felt my body and noticed my heart skip a beat. I was wearing different clothes, ones I'd washed the day before. Aw. Okay, that's the first time that's ever happened, right? That their clothes have changed?
Yeah, and I think it would be the orange one, right? I think they told us it was the orange clothing, so that we would know it's not the one from the attic, right?
We ended this asking about the clothes, and we've just gone 3 more lines.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
As soon as the world had unfrozen, so had I. I could move my hand without it cramping, as if the time I'd spent outside had been erased, and when I did, I realized I wasn't tired anymore. So he definitely jumped forward after he hurt his hand. Definitely. Definitely. Well, wait, that... I followed his eyes toward the hallway B door. When I gave it a closer look, I saw the crucial detail I'd missed. Its edges were dark. I'd seen it before, so I didn't have to wonder what it meant.
It's the smoke, right?
Yes, but doesn't it look different?
What?
I'm not sure where we are. I just appeared here too.
Oh, shit.
As he said that, he approached the door. Unlike mine, his clothes were the ones he'd worn on the 15th, but they were clean. Katsuki was in the building? It was Katsuki? A sound came from hallway B, made Katsuki stop. The door had closed. He went still, trying to stay silent, and I did the same. A few seconds later, he kept going and grabbed the knob. When he opened the door, I couldn't believe what I saw. Oh, fuck. Don't breathe.
What?
No light filled the hallway, only a dark fog did. Without a doubt, it was the same smoke that had knocked us out, although its density seemed much lower. Right next to us were 3 people on the floor: Irina, Isla, and Sai, who had just lost consciousness. Had all just lost consciousness.
What?
So did they like go to their bodies when the smoke happened, and got up and did some shit, and then lay back down, and then morphed out again?
I'm so confused. I'm so confused.
Oh man, a lot of information.
Confused.
Okay, this is really different.
Oh,
cool.
We're going to the timeline this week, that's for sure. We're going to the big document. Okay.
The big document in the sky.
The big document in the sky. Are we on the morning of the 15th?
After staring at the scene with perplexity, Katsuki's face slowly turned to me, and he spoke in a quiet voice. Are you really Shiroya? The real one?
What does that mean? Who else would I be?
What do you remember? Please tell me everything.
What? I don't know what you mean. We got trapped here and a bunch of things happened.
The real one. What happened? How did you end up here?
Huh? A lot of things. Do you remember everything? Late into the day we were in the lobby and I went to the bathroom. There I activated the Sekimeiya and appeared on the 30th of November below that gem shop. Then a few days later I entered the tower and touched the Sekimeiya. That's how I just appeared here.
That was why the image my brain was receiving didn't make any sense. How could it be real? How could it have been the start of December 15th? Wait, that's all? What about appearing after you'd gone to the bathroom? Do you remember that?
What? No. I found the Sekimeiya in the toilet's water tank and went a long way into the past. So he's Katsuki after she came back from timeline 1?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. So my guess right now is that at some point that timeline, Katsuki uses the Sekimeiya to also leave the tower, and it's also in that building on the night that Shiroya uses it, and that's why they're both here at the same time.
And
I don't know if that's right or not.
So is he in like the alternate timeline? That's how he died. This one of him died. I wonder. Oh my god. Oh fuck me.
Are you really the real Shiroya? I don't really understand what you're telling me.
I wish he'd stop saying shit like the real Shiroya.
Yeah, I didn't either. And he just appeared there at the same time as me. Didn't that mean he'd been encompassed by the range of my travel? Yeah, see, the story's addressing it right away. Like maybe he was in the building. Wait a second. That sound from before was a door, right? It sounded like it came from the right wall.
I think so.
It had to be that one then. He pointed at one of the doors, and I understood why he'd said that. That's where Naomi died and where I traveled for the first time. If the smoke was just released, someone might have just been there because it's where the temperature regulation cabinets are. I didn't know what to say, but he was the Katsuki I'd been with that day. How was I talking to him? Hadn't his existence been overwritten?
Interestingly here, we did learn that Arena Island and Sai are actually knocked out here.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. That is a good information grab. Yeah. Huh. Well caught. I think we just heard the culprit. I have no idea why we're here, but only a few people should be conscious at this time. He gestured at me to follow him and not breathe. Before I could react, he was dashing toward that door, so I did the same, covering my face with an arm. While I still trailed behind, he looked at me and seemed to frown. However, he ended up going through the door. The crystal room was empty, and every cabinet had its curtain neatly in place. If the sound had come from there, someone had just left. Katsuki closed the door carefully so that his voice wouldn't be heard. Did you see the door to the lobby?
What about it?
We just left it open.
Oh, does that matter?
You remember, right? When we met everyone else, I pointed out that it was open, and Kate said he did that. I'm pretty sure it looked exactly the way we just left it.
I see what you mean, but please answer one thing for me. Why are we here? Did something happen after I traveled to the past?
Okay, so he's not giving her all the information because he doesn't even know for sure if she's the real Shiroya, right? That's what's happening here?
Yeah.
Yeah. He doesn't trust her. He looked down. Are you telling me? Yeah. Are you telling me the truth? Do you not know what happened after?
I don't. I just told you. I appeared on the 30th of November. I stayed at my apartment while my past self was in the hospital, and a few days later, I entered the tower. I have no idea what happened there, though. The Sekimeiya was already in the cabinet, and I touched it since nobody was in the security room. After that, I appeared in the lobby with you. Now we're here.
As soon as he took what I was saying as sincere, his way of looking at me changed entirely. I finally felt like the person in front of me was the Katsuki I'd wanted to be back with. Aww. Wait, you said you traveled to the 30th? Did you try to save Mia?
So is the one who came back from the bathroom a future version of this Shiroya? Or is it a different one entirely that was just lying? Oh, god damn. Okay.
I think it's a future version of the Shiroya that knows that what happens here has to happen, so she just played along until she had time to use the Sekimeiya at this Katsuki's direction, probably. And even this Katsuki is like, just this is what you did back then, just do that and come back. You're like, something like that, yeah.
I couldn't. I appeared too late for that, but I did change the past.
I had to cut that sentence short. The past had changed, hadn't it? If that was the case, how could the same incident have been starting again? How is it possible we left the lobby door open exactly like we'd seen it on that morning? And how could Katsuki have possessed the memories of that long day? How the hell was I back there? And where was pen and paper so I could write down my lottery numbers? Trying to understand what you've said.
I'm trying to fucking understand. I'm trying to imagine how I would explain the plot of this visual novel to someone up to this point. Like not like a weeb, not like a dork, but like my mom. Like, how would I explain the plot of this visual novel to my mom? I don't know what's happening. Hit him with the wibbly. Yeah, the wibbly wobbly timey wobble. Jesus Christ. Not like a dork. I'm including myself in that set, by the way. Like, people who think way too hard about shit like time travel and whatnot, you know, like, definitely I'm in that set of people. Like, not like someone who plays video games for a living. Alright, anyway. Don't worry, even I don't understand anything of what I lived through. I'm not lying, though.
I cooked the Katsuki. I cooked a lot of noodles. Okay, then I'm not sure it would help if I told you what happened after you left. Another version of you was there, but it wasn't you, right?
No, I have no idea who that was.
Well, we weren't able to leave when the time came. I'm not sure what happened, why or how, but the lights went off and we couldn't get out. You remember the recording? Right? It was real.
Oh, wait, what?
Oh. Yes, it did happen. It wasn't a trick. It still doesn't make any sense, though. I can't wrap my head around what happened. You said that you touched the Sekimeiya in the event room days before the 15th, right?
Yes.
I see. What the fuck, then? I don't get anything. I thought I got caught up in your travel and both of us appeared in front of the hallway B door, the location where we were on the morning of the 15th.
That makes no sense. And look at my clothes. I wasn't wearing these on the 15th.
What? Only my purse and coat matched what I'd worn that day. Oh. You're right, actually.
Yeah. He's still caught up on this idea that whenever you travel, you're going to be in your body's, quote, state that it is at that point in time. Yeah.
But she is wearing different clothes, right? She brought
she's wearing different clothes. But
not exactly what she wore on the day that they went there. So it's different from what she was wearing before she touched Sekimeiya in the dark, but it's also different on the day that she was there on the 15th. It's different twice.
Yeah, I was wearing different clothes ones I'd washed the day before. But it's not clear when she says I was wearing different clothes. It's not clear whether that means she was... So, sorry. It's not clear when she says I was wearing different clothes. It's not clear whether she means I'm wearing different clothes than I thought I would be wearing, or I'm wearing different clothes than he thinks I should be wearing. I think it's not clear. I think it's ambiguous.
I'm so confused about the clothes. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think we know what clothes she's wearing right now. Like...
I need to talk to Shiroya. Shiroya, what the fuck are you talking about? I need to know. Okay.
Sorry, I'm confused too. I think it is that she's wearing different clothes than she thinks she should be.
Okay, so the way he said that wasn't a fake recording implies that after Shiroya left and they were in the dark, they were stuck in the tower for a fucking month, right?
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah, because my thought was that, because they were in the dark, that maybe the Sekimeiya teleported them without realizing it to when she was in the dark there, and he didn't realize that he had traveled way back in the past for Shiroya to touch Sekimeiya in the dark. And there wasn't a blackout. It's just that he had gone back in time to when the building was dark, like when she was just in it before. Oh my god, I'm so confused. I'm actually really confused. I don't think I've ever been more confused than right now in reading the story. Okay, cool.
We need to do a brainstorming session.
We need a brain blast. Yep, we need a brain blast.
Brain blast so bad. Okay, anyway.
I shook my head and followed Katsuki's line of sight. As soon as I saw he noticed something, we approached one of the cabinets.
That's where the Sekimeiya was, right?
Yes, and look at the wheel. It said 0 degrees C.
It's said to be cold. Oh, and it's not damaged yet. Wasn't this the one with a crack?
Yes, it was. I stared at it while Katsuki peeked behind the cabinet to unlock it. He raised alongside the curtain, and I stepped beside him to look inside. Then I tripped and broke the cabinet. Oh shit, we're the ones that broke it. Oh no!
Seki, okay, yeah. I think. Thank you.
What? I don't get it. What? The Sekimeiya, it was there, emitting a bright white in the middle of the empty cabinet.
Okay. Someone left it in here.
Yes, which is what I don't get. When we woke up, it was in the event room, still in its cabinet.
You're right.
Seemingly overwhelmed, Katsuki covered his hand with his sleeve and brought the Sekimeiya out. It's set to 0 degrees C, but the cabinet isn't cold at all.
It could have been set just now, so it didn't have enough time to cool off.
Oh, the Sekimeiya is burning though. Oh, we're in the hot Sekimeiya timeline now. As soon as I heard that, I extended my arms, startling Katsuki. I shook my head. I didn't want to make contact. I only wanted to feel the air around it.
Sorry, when I touched it in the bathroom, its surroundings were incredibly hot. I can feel the heat, but it's nothing like then. Do you know more about how the Sekimeiya works?
I know nothing, and even less with what you've told me.
You're telling me this motherfucker had like 30 days to make that recording or whatever, and he doesn't know shit? It's working, so if we're really at the start of the incident, wouldn't touching it put us outside?
Maybe. That's what I was thinking. It should be hot enough for that. The real state of the world was unknown. I had no idea where we were or what was beyond the walls of the tower. However, if touching the Sekimeiya would send us far enough to escape it, it would guarantee the real Katsuki would still exist, even if I couldn't comprehend his return. Touch it. Touch it.
Let's touch it.
Katsuki nodded and moved closer while I stared at the Sekimeiya, wishing I was moments away from never seeing it again. When his hand touched it, the Sekimeiya disappeared. What? What? That was all I wanted. However, nothing else did. What do you mean? What? Huh? What? What? We were in the same crystal room. We hadn't even moved. Speechless, I stared at his hands and the floor in search of the stone that had vanished.
Now, before you lose your shit, remember, if two people both travel to the same place and use the Sekimeiya at the same time, it would look to them like it just vanished.
Yeah.
Just try to hold it together. Try to hold it together. Congrats on beating Sekimeiya tutorial. Thanks.
I'm very scared of the fake out that sends us back to Shroya City. No. Raindrops keep falling on my head. This is what happened before. It teleported and we didn't travel.
Oh.
That escaped my mind a long time ago. The Sekimeiya's teleportation. What caused it? Would it sometimes reject the travel? If so, why had it happened then?
Wait, no, it can't be that.
That time, it was Katsuki who followed my petrified eyes. As soon as he took a glance at the cabinet, he almost fell from the shock. What the fuck? It didn't fall, right? Yeah, you're right. They just went to a different room.
It's
okay.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine.
I shook my head so everyone knew I disapproved of the cabinet being like this. The lid that Katsuki had just opened. The instant Sekimeiya disappeared, it had closed without producing a sound. And that wasn't all. Over it, the velvet curtain covered it perfectly, making the cabinet look like every other one in the room. Is the Sekimeiya still inside? Did we actually travel through time? Are we at a point before I opened it? A distinct sound entered our ears and we turned to the door. Someone was running through the hallway. Could he have been right? As we ran to the door, I wondered, were the walls of the hallway bright and elegant or dark and dirty? At the same time, we gripped the knob and burst through the door. Immediately, we were forced to cover our faces. It didn't make any sense, but the smoke was still there. The sound of footsteps, at least, couldn't have been a mistake. So after our initial surprise, we looked both ways. We couldn't see anyone, but the sound hadn't faded away. It seemed they'd run to hallway C. Katsuki tugged my sleeve, telling me to follow. It was likely the culprit was there, the one who just left the Sekimeiya behind, but I hesitated a bit, frowning as I kept staring at the lobby side. Were my eyes playing tricks on me? Covering our faces, we chased behind the sound. Very little smoke remained, so it was easy to avoid breathing it until we got to the clean hallway.
The lobby door was closed, I think, is why she was frowning. The lobby door was open before. I think the lobby door was closed here.
I think so too. I'm not completely convinced, but I am starting to think that maybe your time shifted idea, like unsynced, is holding more water. Okay.
I'm not convinced by it either.
The footsteps were quickly dissipating in the distance. We looked at each other to verify that we both heard them going up the stairs. We bolted to see them and were met with the gray door fully open. Early on the 15th, Kate had acted surprised to see it unlocked, but where was he at the moment if not running up the floors? We stepped onto the second floor. It was a scene I thought I wouldn't see again, causing my face to unconsciously screw up in disgust. Couldn't believe I was circling those floors once more. Yeah, me neither, but as I did, my mind went back to the door to the lobby. After leaving the crystal room, it had looked more open than before.
It looked more open.
What?
Okay.
That was strange because, as Katsuki said, the way we'd left it just now was just like how it was that morning before Sai opened it all the way. Man, who remembers how much a door was open? What the fuck? Everyone has a photographic memory in this VN. However, the most important detail was higher up, above the 3 sleeping bodies. I hadn't been able to give it a good look, but the camera's lens had seemed to reflect the light of the crystal room. Then I looked at the other lenses and thought they were more clearly that they more clearly had smoke on them. As we sprinted as fast as we could, I was amazed by the energy I had. Before touching the Sekimeiya, I'd had difficulty even staying steady. I had no idea who we were following, but Naomi and Kate were the likely choices. Why were they running up? It had all happened at once after we touched the disappearing Sekimeiya. What the hell was that about? See, this is lending more to like the morbing theory that they're moving to different bodies.
Yeah, I would love to point out this throwaway line that is obviously extremely important. Sorry, when you read enough VNs.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like sometimes it's like a different body. Sometimes it's not. It's like, maybe it always is, but they're just trying to hide that through trickery. How does that work?
How does that work?
Suspiciously not hungry Shiroya. Yeah, and she was suspiciously always hungry outside. Like she's the only Shiroya that gets to eat, so she's eating for fucking 5 timelines worth or something. She was starving all the time.
Sorry, someone in chat just said they would be cracked at degreal, and I just looked this up, and it is a dull where you guess what the degree of the angle is.
They would be cracked at that, yeah.
I've never heard of this before.
Anyway, sorry, I had no idea who we were following, but Naomi and Kate were the likely choices. Why were they running up? It all happened at once after we touched the disappearing Sekimeiya. What the hell was that about? Katsuki once told me that he'd seen it teleport to its cabinet. That seemed to resolve the doubt from earlier. It had just teleported to the event room, which is why it was there when we woke up. Come on, Shiroya. The important question was what else the disappearance implied. The cabinet's reversion to its previous state revealed a secondary effect.
Sweetie.
After a while, the mesh of footsteps began to sound distorted. We were on the 3rd floor, and I tried to sharpen my hearing. What exactly was I hearing? The footsteps ahead, mine and Katsuki's.
I'm sorry, 1 second while I... Okay, so there was at least one time where they found the Sekimeiya just on the floor of one of the gem rooms, which in timeline 1.
Okay.
I had to open my giant thing.
Your giant thing?
Yeah. Go on.
What exactly was I hearing? The footsteps ahead, mine, Katsuki's. Why did it sound as if there were more?
My giant Sekimeiya brainstorming Charlie Day document. That's what. What do you mean?
I hope there is like a Benny Hill amount of like Shiroyas and Katsuki running up the building right now. Just every single floor has a version of Katsuki and Shiroya like running up right now. Oh man, why? The echo could have been messing with me, but it seemed as if another pair of footsteps was running just behind us. We hadn't let out a single word since leaving the crystal floor. When we stepped on the 6th, a sound dominated the air. As we'd feared, only one door could have closed, found on the other side of the floor. We didn't slow down until the attic's entrance was in front of us. Panting, Katsuki grabbed the doorknob, but he couldn't get it to open. Damn it! It was locked. As we stared in defeat, I realized nobody was trying to catch up to us, so I took the time to sort out my thoughts. But muffled through the door, we heard, "You fucking idiot! Yay! He's back! Yay! Yeah!"
Okay, so
I miss him so much.
So I also miss him. So what's gonna happen here has to be that they go downstairs and it shifts again. Like the building shifts and they end up in a completely different timeline, right? Like that has to be what happens here. I believe in it strongly.
Or we go downstairs. They go downstairs and they see their past selves go into the room when they use the Sekimeiya, and then they fix the doors or whatever. I suddenly remembered something and looked at my waist. My purse was still there, so I unzipped it and looked inside. Immediately, I took something out and showed it to Katsuki. It's the Sekimeiya. What? Why do you? No, I was kidding. Why do you have it?
I don't know. I found it when I entered the tower in the mechanical room. I found the rusty key in a drawer in the security room as well, but how is it possible I still have them when my clothes completely changed? So her clothes changed, but she kept the shit she had in her bag.
Yeah. What? So her clothes did change.
They're just fucking with us now.
They are, yeah. It didn't make any sense, but I could open the attic. I inserted the key into the keyhole without wasting any more time. Sekimeiya proof bag? When it unlocked, I slowly pushed the door open. The dim staircase extended beyond us. Instead of rushing up, we stepped forward silently. As the person we'd been chasing couldn't know that we had a key, and the elevator had been disabled by the alarm. At the front, I began to ascend the stairs, the light of the living room slowly creeping in.
The CN was engineered to turn people insane? Yeah, I'm starting to get that.
The next door was open. As I reached the top, I extended my neck past it. Then I saw who was there.
Is it him? Is it him? Is it him? Is it him? No!
Naomi!
No!
Her back was facing me, and as she started to, as she was staring at an open black suitcase on the sofa. Killer, killer, killer. I turned around to let Katsuki know.
Why? Like, what?
Someone's got to. I was confused. It was considerably dark, but I couldn't even make out his figure. What?
Are you here?
I whispered in the quietest voice I could muster, but I received no response. Puzzled, I slowly went down the steps, careful not to hit him. However, by the time I reached the door, I hadn't sensed him yet. What? Did he leave? That's spooky. I gripped the doorknob and pushed on the door.
Did we hear him?
Okay, so Naomi just used Sekimeiya in the attic, and Shiroya was a little closer than Katsuki and was caught in the blast. Or someone used the Sekimeiya outside on the floor, and Katsuki was close enough, and Shiroya was out of the blast because she was ahead of him. Which one do you think?
I don't know. I'm inclined to the first one or neither. I still think there's something fucky about the building itself.
The building just does that. The building is
just
the
does
Sekimeiya.
that. The building just
The
does that.
Sekimeiya is just the interface for the building.
Man.
It didn't make any sense. It was ridiculous to think that it could be. However, the door was locked. I didn't even try to think it over.
So
With the key in my hand, I unlocked the door and opened it all the way. Yes, she moved. Okay.
She moved. Yeah.
The vast corridor was vacant. Is Naomi still there?
Katsuki?
I whispered, didn't reach anyone. Did he leave? There's no way. He couldn't have locked the door.
You're in the middle of cooking? The VOD will be here for you.
I couldn't hear anything above the stairs, but Naomi was there. I knew Katsuki hadn't stepped ahead of me, though. What had just happened? I hadn't heard anything, but someone locked the door. With my guard up, I walked to the corridor with the offices. It didn't feel like anyone was there. I couldn't have missed the sound of the door locking. I would have also heard Katsuki's movements, and he wouldn't have suddenly left me. It was unbelievable. That was a Katsuki who couldn't exist anymore, but he'd been there. Poor Shiroya. I kept circling the floor, carefully scanning it. It couldn't have faded out of existence just like that. The door proved something else had happened. Naomi was in the attic. I'd seen a black suitcase in front of her, which had been the one we found the first time we entered that place. I went down the stairs, wanting to believe Katsuki was still somewhere. Could it have been due to the Sekimeiya, which had disappeared from our sight? If he had somehow traveled through time, I wanted to believe he was nearby. It was the morning of the 15th. Why? How had I ended up back on that day? Those events should have been erased completely, so why were they repeating? Maybe it didn't matter if I really had returned to my world. I would soon learn if everything I'd experienced would happen again. It really wouldn't make any sense if it did. The smoke had just been released. It appeared Naomi hadn't suffered from the effects of the smoke and escaped to the attic with the suitcase. Okay, so I think you were right, Mouse, that the reason why the VN spent so much time deliberately making the whole Scooby Gang go from floor to floor, room to room systematically was because as soon as they leave a floor, like time travel shenanigans start happening on all the floors that they just searched. Like it's giving room for the other time traveling cast to do shit that they thought the floor was empty, but it wasn't.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Could that long day actually happen again? Not only was I there, but so was a Katsuki who'd experienced it too. How many times have we searched the whole building? It was impossible I could avoid being spotted by all those searches. The events that followed would soon diverge from what I knew. The past would be changed, which was something that should have already happened. Who had returned the world to that state? What had the Sekimeiya really been doing to us? As I proceeded down the floors, I simply wished to reunite with the Katsuki I'd been separated from twice.
Is she just leaving Naomi in the attic? Yes.
Yeah, because as soon as Katsuki's around, she doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
Wait. I quickly rifled through my pockets, but they were empty. Then I stared at my purse in disbelief. Why isn't my phone here? Why? I had it when I touched the Sekimeiya, and the keys that I found in the mechanical room are still here, with the one from my apartment. Why the hell is only my phone gone? That's a good fucking question, Shiroya. It was laughable, as if we were being toyed with. My phone, which I needed the most, was the sole item in my purse that hadn't appeared with me. But of course, there was another major difference. My clothes. Aside from my coat, they weren't the ones I'd been wearing when I touched the Sekimeiya. Wait, that's not right. Not all the keys are here. I have the attics and the rusty key, but not the cabinets. Why? Why didn't that one travel with me? It was the only one missing, but why? What the hell was different about it?
I was really hoping I could just ignore these.
I'm starting to be worried there's going to be a time in the future where Karo gets like a task to be like, so remember all the keys that were in all the bags and all the points that we had? You need to go back in time and secretly like put the keys in the right purses at the right time, without being seen. Can you handle it, Karo? Haha, I'm the master of fucking silent footsteps. Yeah, I'll do that. Like, This doesn't make any sense.
I was really hoping I could just ignore everything to do with the keys and stuff whenever I do my crazy chart, but I'm starting to think I can't just ignore it, and I'm really upset about it. I was hoping that I could solve it without thinking about this. I don't want to do a possessions chart. I don't want to count the keys. I don't want to.
At this point, you're gonna have to have like a timeline of all the characters, but also a timeline of all the objects. Like, and the door. Door was open a little bit. It was more ajar, but it was 90% ajar before. Then it was 100% ajar. It was closed, but all the way. Oh my god. Okay. Holy shit. It was the only one missing.
Borgesian endeavor to create a perfect model of the Sekimeiya visual novel that's just the same shape as the regular Sekimeiya visual novel.
We're gonna run out of blackboards.
We only need one. Anyway, go ahead.
That's true. It was the only one missing, but why? What the hell was different about it? I returned to the crystal floor, searching for the Katsuki I'd just been talking to. Both of us have been disconcerted when to be back there, and I couldn't stomach the thought of reliving the same 12 hours. Was the Sekimeiya a sentient being deciding our fate? You know what? Maybe. It almost seemed malicious, but I had to use it to finally break free. I knew plenty of days could be traveled at a time, so we had to touch it. So we just had to touch it, but when we tried that, our travel had failed. What was the reason then? Why were we forced to stay? Part of me wanted to know the answers to such heavy questions, and a part of me wanted to have never even known they existed. I stepped down. The walls ahead looked different than they had minutes prior, as the smoke had rapidly dried up on them. Oh, the suitcase isn't here. I hadn't noticed that when we run up. It was the beginning of the incident. There were probably next to no people who were conscious, but it was possible someone had faked being knocked out. As I silently walked to hallway B, I couldn't help but wonder what I'd witness.
The job doesn't sound so bad now, huh? Yeah, she could be peacefully being a barista serving people cold pastries right now.
Cold. Nice. They're already up. I hid myself as well as I could, staring at the dark end of the hallway. I could see Irina and Sai checking up on Isla, who was still unconscious. Yay, Sai! Yay!
Yay, Sai!
The three of us should definitely be in the event room then. But there was no trace of the Katsuki I'd just been with, and I had no idea what could have happened to him. Camera. It was very hard to see from so far away, but it wasn't reflecting anything. Did I imagine the lens being clean? And strangely, behind the three of them, the door to the lobby looked like it just had right before we'd run up. Had it actually moved since Katsuki and I had gone through it? I hadn't the faintest idea. Questioning reality and myself had become roughly equivalent concepts. Katsuki's still here. Both of us will try to stay away from the group, so we should find each other quickly. Has anyone ever thought of breaking the Sekimeiya? Like smashing some stick over it just to see if there's some kind of mechanism inside? That seems like something Sai would have done in secret. Wasn't there a part where, was it Katsuki dropped it or something and he felt like it might have broken?
I don't remember that.
It made some like painful thunk or something like that, and he was like afraid of dropping it. I felt like it was like in maybe with the Mia timeline, like a while ago. If you should search broke, it should show up.
Broke.
Says good up.
Broke. I don't know what chapter it's in. In chapter 1? Oh boy. In the midair, the Sekimeiya turned gray, and when it hit the floor, the sound made it seem almost like it had broken.
Yeah, and then he's really afraid of that sound repeating again. Yeah, like it made it like quite the noise. Yeah. Okay. So maybe it is invincible. Maybe it can't break, but he was just worried about it. Okay.
Yeah.
Was he there though, or had he disappeared entirely? I couldn't tell which option the locked attic door pointed to.
Yeah, nice summary for sure. I also forgot that.
Thanks. There was nothing I could do. I had no idea if the Sekimeiya had teleported to its cabinet, and I couldn't leave through the storeroom. Still unable to believe the sight of those dark walls, I stared from a distance, waiting for the imminent, unending day to begin. At least it's not Shiroya City.
But do you want me to take over?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Go for it.
I heard a door opening and saw 3 people slowly emerging from the event room. They were Katsuki, Akaro, and myself, stained by the dry substance. Speechless, I saw my old self slowly walking to the others, facing the dark floor. Once they all saw each other, they began to speak. Their voices were too quiet to understand, but I knew what they were saying. It really was at the start of that day. But wait, where's Kate? Are we in timeline 3, finally?
Yeah.
Yeah. Notice how we went from dreading 12 more hours of tower to dreading Shiroya City instead? Get Stockholmed. True. There was no tall figure in a uniform next to them. When we left the event room for the first time, he'd already been there with the other group. I verified that I wasn't mistaken. Kate was nowhere to be seen. And this isn't the start of the day we know. Everything is bound to differ. Could Kate have seen me here, which made him hesitant to show himself? Just what had happened to the world? Where exactly was I, and how had I ended up there? Failing to know such fundamentals made my head spin. So, everything will be different. It's gotta be because I'm here, and the first time I wasn't. None of what happened is guaranteed to repeat. The Katsuki I'd just been with couldn't exist anymore, but he couldn't have disappeared because of something I'd done. After all, I would have vanished with him. I really wanted to find him again and get out. I tried to internalize that I'd never talk to him again, but I'd evidently failed, as I could feel relief while the people near the entrance met each other for the first time. For some reason, I had seen him again, and he had to still be somewhere. It was possible to break free with him, something that seemed impossible for the longest time. We were not in our original world, so even though we'd be stuck with different versions of ourselves, that really didn't matter. I couldn't tell what they were talking about, but they would soon search the whole building. That meant I would eventually be discovered. I looked at my clothes. What the hell would I say if I was found? They'd immediately notice I wasn't the same person. I had less smoke on me and my clothes were different. I'd had a fairly absurd thought. Yeah, it was the same one I just had. I can enter the attic, so what if I put on the clothes from up there and make an excuse like being too cold or that my clothes were itchy due to the smoke? Of course, that brought my mind to the self of mine Katsuki had once seen. According to him, she'd been wearing clothes from the attic. This wouldn't make any sense. It actually makes perfect sense. I'm not in that reality anymore. The person Katsuki saw can't be me. It's impossible. I had no idea how the universe worked. Was it remotely possible for me to go back to that world? It shouldn't have been, but if I could, I wanted to finish that circle. Once I'd willingly abandoned that reality, but I'd slowly learned that it was a mistake. What I still had there was not something I could leave behind. Didn't it work like this a few times on the 15th? If I go to the attic and put on clothes from the wardrobe, what would the reason be? To hope that I'll end up in that reality again, where a version of me with those clothes existed? Doesn't that not make sense? Like Katsuki and I talked about, it's an event with no origin, a paradox. But the reason I just thought about changing my clothes was to conceal myself as a part of this reality, not just to complete a loop where it already happened. Would I have thought of this even if I didn't know about the version of me Katsuki saw? Naomi was just in the attic. On the 15th, we found 2 dead versions of her, but that doesn't have to repeat. My original world should be long gone. But right now, I'm not there, and I can get the clothes that me was wearing. If they lead me back to that reality, it would explain why we still found them in the attic when we ran up. They had never been taken out, So I think this, if I'm not mistaken about literally everything everywhere, this kind of gets to the heart of what you were saying, which she's saying if she's like, if she makes a change, she's just restarting the timeline, which means there's no way for her to go be in that timeline that already happened, right?
Yeah, I think maybe it's not the idea, but the concept is that they want to affect the change, but they want to affect the change in a way that doesn't prevent the change they made. I know that sounds like that's the paradox part, right? So like they want everyone to get to like they want to save Isla, but in order to save Isla, that means they would have had to still have seen that they needed to save Isla.
Yeah.
So it's like this weird thing that they have to find a way to change everything, but do it in a way that their past selves don't realize the change until the very end. Right? Does that make sense? Hopefully.
Yeah. It also seems like it gets down to the conversation that you and I are having, or our two kind of like competing stances, or like the two ways we're looking at it is you're thinking of it as timelines that are rebooting and restarting, whereas to me they are discrete timelines that can be passed between. So this seems like if she could put on the attic clothes and go to her original timeline, that would support the idea that there are discrete timelines that can be moved between that don't necessarily create one another, as opposed to just like restarting over and over and creating branching possibilities.
Yeah, and now that we've seen that there's differences outside the tower, I'm leaning toward your theory more than mine, because I feel like because my theory was based on that the Sekimeiya was like to borrow Umineko is like a cat box, and because the tower was like sealed, it was like basically allowing like a lot of permutations to happen, a lot of timelines to happen, a lot of overlap. But now it's outside too. It's like, okay, now the whole world is affected. So because the whole world is affected, now I'm thinking that it can't be that. Yeah, but who knows? We'll see.
Okay, all right. The elevator was supposedly disabled, so I started going up on foot. The attic door was still unlocked. It was me who unlocked it. On the 15th, we couldn't get it to open when we came across it because Naomi had shut herself inside. Since it hasn't been locked again, she must not have left yet. I slowly ascended the steps, unsure what to think of Naomi. Was she behind the attack? Someone would soon try to kill her, but what was their motive? I could see the light of the living room through the slightly open door. When I went still, the attic felt completely soulless.
I could think of a reason to kill Naomi. If she's the first one to touch the Sekimeiya and start this bullshit.
Yeah, take her out, man.
Yeah, take her out, yeah.
I finally took a glance at the room. Technically, now Shiroya is the first one to touch it. I couldn't see anyone, so I had to step a little closer. When I did, it made no difference. Naomi wasn't...
What?
Naomi wasn't there anymore. Just a few minutes ago, she'd been standing on the carpet, looking at the suitcase, which had remained open on the soft cushion. Huh? Were my eyes deceiving me? Perplexed, I stepped onto the carpet. I recalled the first time I'd set foot inside. Back then, an identical suitcase had been on that couch, but it was empty. That wasn't the case at the moment. There was not only one Sekimeiya in it, but a second. One of them was gray, and the other shined faintly. Uh-huh. As I was staring at them, the disabled one became white.
This is the first time we've ever seen two Sekimeiya on the screen at the same time, right?
It is the first time. Yeah, we conjectured that there might be a couple of them. I had settled into the idea that maybe when we're seeing multiple of them, it's like only one can exist in each timeline, which is clearly not the case.
This is a fake. It's a fake Sekimeiya to replace it for Zen. It's got to be
a fake Sekimeiya. Yep.
Yeah.
It could be a fake Sekimeiya. Yep.
It's a decoy.
Why are there two? I hovered my hand over the one on the right. It was hard to notice, but I definitely felt a warm aura. I could touch it and travel right there. I couldn't fathom the sight. Why was it? Hover your hand over the one on the left, you dumb... I couldn't fathom the sight. Why was there another Sekimeiya next to it?
Oh, and have there been times that they found the Sekimeiya and it wasn't even the real one? And they like put it in the cabinet and they thought, oh, it's not cold. Why? Oh shit!
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, continue. I'm interrupting so much today. I'm sorry.
No, you're not interrupting. My face is in my hands right now. The new point sync for emotional support side is going really well. Nobody's gonna redeem games at this rate. That's good news. Okay. I couldn't fathom the sight. Why was there another Sekimeiya next to it? I knew from what Katsuki told me that 2 had existed at one point. And it appeared they had since the very start. How had a second one come to exist? I only knew that just before I'd entered the room. One of them had been activated. We said at the fucking beginning, why would they put the real Sekimeiya in the goddamn cabinet? Why wouldn't they use a fake one to try to lure Zin out? Naomi must have touched it, and she appeared somewhere else. I looked down at the carpeted floor. Naomi's footprints ended exactly where I was. However, I couldn't help but feel that something was wrong. Isn't this the opposite of what we saw? Yes, you dumb fuck. When we all entered the attic, her footprints began at the suitcase. Now they end at it, and I already mixed mine with hers. I forced myself to drop it, no matter why. 2 Sekimeiya were in front of me. Sit on them and see if they hatch, Shiroya. I nervously stared at them, knowing Naomi could be anywhere. One of them was supposed to be on the crystal floor, and duplicating it had never sounded possible. No, don't go into a fucking world where you talk about duplicating them. No! However, it was very evident its powers went far beyond the mere time travel we'd once learned about. Would they let me travel, or would that be denied again? I faltered, desperately trying to make up my mind. Why had Katsuki suddenly disappeared? He had to still exist. I wasn't in our reality, but was it really possible to return to it? If I traveled to the past right then, even outside the tower, that Katsuki would likely not be there.
So all the times that they like why it's cold, why isn't it heating up? It's been out of the cabinet. Why hasn't it started getting warm yet? That's been the fake Sekimeiya the whole time. Like half the time that they found the Sekimeiya, it hasn't even been the real one. It's just been the decoy Sekimeiya. That, oh my god, oh, that's so funny. That's so funny. Oh. They thought they were holding a special time travel egg. You're like, why isn't it working? Oh my god.
It also means, I don't remember, and I'm not fucking looking it up right now because I can't be fucked. But it means that the time that Sai touched the Sekimeiya and he didn't disappear, but Irina touched the Sekimeiya and she didn't disappear, and Sai did disappear. Could be because someone used the Sekimeiya a room over.
Yeah.
At the same time.
Or Sai had the real one in his underwear, and he just to fuck with them, and because he would do that, yeah. Oh my god! And also the times that he said he hid the Sekimeiya in the room for his fucking his demonstration. It might not even been the real one. This opens up so much bullshit.
This is really upsetting. The world is being constantly changed, and not only by me. To be back together outside, we'd need to travel to the past at the same time. It made me want to tear my hair out. Was there really a reason why I was back at the beginning of the incident? Would I be sent back to my reality if I merely followed some sort of destiny? These 2 Sekimeiya, this could be good. The existence of an extra one isn't known, and Naomi just traveled somewhere thinking she left the attic locked. I can hide one of them, and the group won't be aware of the one I have, even if they enter the attic. After that, I just have to find Katsuki and bring him to the Sekimeiya. That'll a lot of energy. It'll have a lot of energy? I don't know. Godot! That's how we'll be able to leave. Who knew about that second Sekimeiya? Was it only Naomi? On the 15th, she had appeared from the lower floors asking to talk to Kate privately. Maybe that was where she ended up after she vanished from the attic. Don't clap at me or I'll post Higurashi jokes. Sorry, kitten. I could be sure the previously gray one worked. So I grabbed it, avoiding direct contact. I knew very well about the lack of good hiding spots, so I considered where to leave it. I had personally found the hidden area in the storeroom, and it was possible Kate knew about it. Because of that, somewhere in the attic immediately seemed like the best option. I entered the rightmost bedroom. Keeping my hands off the gem, I opened the wardrobe. Once I looked inside, I remembered the 2 pieces of clothing Katsuki had pointed at. They were a white short shirt and a dark gray pair of pants, larger than what I usually wore. There was nothing else to put on. I looked around me, wondering where to leave the Sekimeiya. Since I had to find Katsuki, I couldn't stay with it, but there weren't many places in the attic that could conceal things for too long. The best I could think to do was crouch next to the bed and let the Sekimeiya roll up to the wall underneath it. The door to the attic was still unlocked, so I had to why not climb under the bed with the Sekimeiya? The door to the attic was still unlocked, so I had to hurry. I took off my coat and grabbed both pieces of clothing, sensing a bizarre surrealness as I put them on. Would that mere action guarantee my return to that world? There was nothing else I could do to aim for that. Had the me that Katsuki had seen really been me after all? I tied my coat and old clothing around my waist together and exited the room. The other Sekimeiya still sat on the sofa. What would happen to it? Would anyone find it before the rest entered the attic? We had only been able to come in thanks to the keys on Naomi's dead body. Someone in the tower had to be plotting her death right then, so I needed to find her and see if I could prevent that. I locked the door with my key. Then, going down the floors, I thought about something Katsuki had said after we'd met again. He claimed the recording was real. What the hell did that even mean? Did they really spend an entire month here? There's no way. What had happened after my travel? The eyes he'd looked at me with had first been filled with suspicion, but why? Who could I have been if not the real Shiroya? We also don't know why Sai tried to stab them that one time, by the way. Still, yet.
I think it's because he found out that Katsuki's the reason why they're stuck in Sekimeiya hell. Like, he's just like, you son, because I feel him. Like, you son of a bitch.
That's real right now.
I can't believe you did this. Yeah, like you, like.
That's just for fun.
Yeah.
Speaking of which. It's going to be quite a few hours until the time he saw me with these clothes in hallway B. Will I be there by that time somehow? Oh, honey. I knew my goals were slightly contradictory. After all, that reality wasn't where the Katsuki I was searching for was. However, if I really got there, I could show myself to the others as soon as I traveled to the past from the bathroom. Then I would suddenly be the original me again. I went down the multiple staircases, feeling the odd touch of my new clothes. When I got to the last one, I noticed voices coming from hallway C. It quickly faded, and I realized the group was moving to hallway B. I silently looked past the gray door. Better question, why did Shiroya smile at Sai that one time? Good question.
I'm still upset about that. Yeah, I didn't like that.
You didn't like that?
I didn't like that. No, I didn't like that. No.
You don't like Shiroya and Sai getting along?
No, I'm not into NTR. No, I'm not into it. No, don't like it. Don't like it.
It's not NTR when Katsuki's too much of a fucking baby to make a pass at her. He writes stories about egg chairs and then refuses to even let her read them. What do you mean?
Egg chair. He's so afraid to make a pass at her. He wrote a whole fucking story where they lived together for 100 years in an apartment and they still didn't have sex.
Yes. Yes. You cannot.
100 years?
You cannot act like Sai is encroaching on someone else's fucking territory when Katsuki is the most fucking milquetoast motherfucker. Okay?
But so is she. So is she.
Well, then they need fucking someone to take care of it for them, but you can't get mad at someone else for being someone who has fucking two Sekimeiyas, okay?
They need someone to hold them like dolls and make them kiss, for sure. Yeah, and Sai is that person. There we go. Yeah.
Yate's still not with them. There's no way they talk to the outside. Why is Kate not showing himself? He still has to be here, doesn't he? I could hear doors opening, the sound of them searching through hallway B. I knew they'd soon go up the floor, so if I wasn't careful, I could easily be found. The storeroom and the attic were the only somewhat unreachable places. Where could Katsuki be? Is it possible he went to the past and was teleported outside the tower? Even if that happened, would he not have entered it again? I suppose not, if the incident had already started. When I was sure hallway C was empty, I stepped down and silently walked to A. Eventually, as I'd expected, the group came closer again. To avoid being seen, I hid myself in one of the crystal rooms which had just been investigated, A5. It was the one that had been hit by the smoke, and I could see the gems were still missing. Elevator? I recognized all their voices, and the conversation they were having was fairly familiar to me. The fact that we both seemed to be working. After noticing the elevator wasn't functioning, they loudly went up the stairs. As Kate wasn't with them, their pace was much quicker, and they didn't consider the unlocked door to floor 2 odd. And they didn't find the suitcase in hallway C. On that day, we'd been beset with questions from the word go. Who discarded that suitcase? What caused the computer's shutdown? After some time had passed, I exited the room. Was Katsuki there as well, hiding like I was? Still puzzled by Kitei's absence, I went to check the live camera feed. I assumed the monitors were working.
You've been ringing for a while, by the way. Let me know when you want me to take over.
You can take over at 7:30.
Okay.
8:30. Huh? The door wasn't opening. It's locked. Why? As soon as I asked myself that, I knew the answer. The alarm had locked it. And Kitei hasn't unlocked it yet. I guess this proves he wasn't in the security room during the attack. Or could it be he's currently still inside? Only the shutter was in the lobby. At that time, no blood had been spilled yet, and the shining floor remained spotless. Aside from the darker tone, the case was identical in hallway B. I looked up at the closest camera and confirmed every part of it had been covered by the smoke. At first glance, nobody else was on the crystal floor. Katsuki, are you here? Katsuki! I felt like my voice was audible across the entire crystal floor, but nobody was drawn to it. Naomi had to be somewhere too, but I wasn't sure she'd show herself to me. As I didn't want to be in the middle of the hallway, I walked toward a place I had to check. I entered the storeroom and rapidly closed the door behind me. The fake wall was keeping the larger corridor hidden, so I carefully felt it for the opening mechanism. After finding it, I slid it to the back and opened it with ease. I shut myself in. I couldn't believe that secret passage hadn't had any relevance during the day. It served some kind of purpose, and it was likely someone else still in the tower knew about it. I couldn't feel completely safe there. After shutting myself in, the complete darkness returned, Akaro in the corner going... I stepped up to the final door, aware of where it led. What? I couldn't see anything, so I'd blindly felt its surface with one hand. Something else was there. This is the handle. It hasn't been taken off. I gripped the...
She can leave?
More importantly, does that mean Kitei took it off in the other timelines?
Oh.
I gripped the freezing metal and turned it downward. She can fucking leave?
She can leave? Go get everyone on leave!
Go get them! Immediately, the door smoothly moved toward me, allowing bright light to illuminate the gloomy walls. Before the gap widened, I hastily closed it again. I'd seen white grass at my feet and the surrounding mountains above. The door wasn't locked. Has the handle not been removed yet, or did it never happen this time? Puzzled, I tried to understand why stepping out of the building was possible. On the 15th, the handle had been taken off. When I'd entered the tower during the night, it had already been gone. So how could it possibly have been attached right then? There was a line of reasoning that made a bit of sense, and I'm gonna let you read now because I can't anymore.
How could things have changed in like a couple of weeks? What the hell? This is not right. In the morning of that day, we had found a rusty key on the floor of hallway A. It was a key I had in my purse at that very moment. After feeling its rough surface, I took it out and inserted it into the keyhole. Upon turning it, I successfully locked the door. And then the key broke. It really was for this door then. Shiroya, you are being unethical right now. Just go get everyone and leave. We found it very early on. It was likely that the handle had been gone since the start. Why would it have been removed so early? Of course, to prevent this from leaving. But how would anyone have done that? After all, the alarm was supposed to be a secret. We didn't even learn what really triggered it.
Okay, but the funniest thing that could happen here is if I'm right and pieces of the building are shifting around and she goes and gets them and they come back and the fucking door handle is gone. That would be so funny though. That would be so funny though.
She should open both doors, keep her eyes on it, and just keep calling out to everyone so she doesn't take her eyes off it. Whoever took it off knew about the alarm in addition to the secret door's existence. Normally, I would assume that the door was always taken into consideration for whatever the attack entailed. But the fact that it was open just now contradicts that, especially because when I entered the tower through it, the handle was already gone. I see. The handle was removed days before the 15th, but this didn't repeat this time, so the door is unlocked. Someone who traveled far to the past must have removed the handle, aware of the alarm and secret door thanks to their future knowledge. But did they see the handle removed before they traveled and then remove it in the past, making it a loop with no start?
Sorry, someone in chat is making me second guess myself. No, I don't think the door was already open when they got there. It just said the door was not locked. It was in complete darkness, which means that the door was definitely not already open because she would have seen light coming through the cracks. But Kitei,
it was just unlocked, yeah.
Yeah, it was unlocked. So Kitei could have just fucked off and left. Possibly, yeah.
In any case, this isn't the same world. In this one, the handle wasn't taken off days in advance by anyone. I'm not sure what the cause of these differences is, but there is another major one that must be related. Kitei's absence. I don't think he's in the building right now. In the past, I found the key for this door in his security room. On the 15th, we found it in hallway A, where I bet he dropped it. I wonder why he didn't go back for it. So you're either it's that Kitei is the one that removes the door handle, right? Or Kitei was supposed to leave early
Yes.
on, and he does in this one, but he couldn't in the other one because someone else removed the door handle. Yeah,
Yep.
it's Kitei is the difference, I think.
Yeah, that actually sounds more likely to me now that we found this, is that he left through this door, which is funny.
On the 15th. He had no backup plan. What? No door handle. On the 15th, we found a hallway A where I bet he dropped it. I wonder why he didn't go back for it. Was Kitei responsible for all of this? That doesn't make a ton of sense. But he had this key. He was ready to leave through the store because he knew the alarm would go off and block every other method of escape. If someone hadn't removed the handle in the past, we might never have even seen him.
I wonder who took it off in the other timelines then.
So what happened here? Did he leave right after the smoke was released? I wonder what this plan was really about then, because Naomi ran up with the Sekimeiya, well, with two of them. I don't even know if Naomi knows that the Sekimeiya can time travel. Is this all just an accident?
I don't know either. What it kind of seems, you know what it kind of seems like to me with Naomi with the two Sekimeiya is that the decoy Sekimeiya wasn't made by Ashia to trick Zin. The decoy Sekimeiya was going to replace the regular Sekimeiya, right? Like they were going to swap it out. And what happened was they tried to swap it out, and like they set off the smoke, and then they did everything, and then they tried to swap it out, and something went wrong, and then the Sekimeiya did its thing and triggered this whole set of events.
Yeah, it seems it's something like that, yeah.
Yeah, they're Indiana Jonesing it. Exactly. Yeah. That could be funny.
I still had no clue what the attack actually was. I didn't know who was innocent and who wasn't. However, that wasn't the most important thing. What should I do now? Everyone can leave. Kitei's not here, so they must not know what happened or how long they'll have to be here for.
Also, I like that we have absolutely no confirmation whatsoever that one of the Sekimeiya is fake. We just accepted reality now. It's just
Yeah. It's gotta be that.
Yeah.
Was Kitei behind all the deaths? Did he kill Naomi? If he did, they should all be safe, but I don't know what Naomi's intentions are, and Kitei also ended up dying in our world. But it wasn't so simple. If everyone left just like that, I wouldn't return to that world. The only way that could happen was by still being in the tower in the afternoon. What if Katsuki wasn't with me anymore? If everyone left, I'd finally cement a world with an extra version of myself. How would it happen? How would I ever return to that world? Just as I didn't know that, I had no clue how I'd ended up where I was. It was possible the world would morph as the hours went on. People would learn about time travel and eventually go back in time. Upon altering the past, the world's status would shift. It was a mystery how the changes were applied, but I didn't think it was impossible that I could get to where I wanted merely by letting the hours pass. I knew where two Sekimeiyas were, and while it was possible I could leave with them, it was incredibly risky. I had no way to know whether traveling to the past was still a good idea. I turned around and walked toward the wall. I thought I'd heard a sound coming from the hallway. I held my breath, staying as close to the wall as possible. The storeroom was uncomfortably cold, so I didn't directly touch the tile. Had I been mistaken, or had someone crossed the hallway? After focusing on my hearing, I hadn't heard anything else. If it was the group, I figured they would be talking and have audible footsteps. Unless I'd imagined it, it was either one or two people. I'm surprised that there isn't a choice here to just leave and have a bad ending. Maybe they didn't have anything like worthwhile to say about that. Okay. Could have been Katsuki. I began to debate what to do. He knows about this place. If it's him, he should come here eventually.
Yeah, just stay here for a couple of years.
I've been rigidly on alert for a couple of minutes. If someone was close to me, I wasn't perceiving them. That was until an abrupt yell came, a faint but shrill yell that instantly pierced my chest. Seconds later, a door was shut. It had paralyzed me on the spot. Staring at the darkness, I kept replaying the brisk Not brisk. Brusque?
Yeah.
Brusque? How do you say
Brusque.
that word?
Just brusque.
Brusque? Feminine yell that had immediately lapsed into silence. Well, Naomi's dead. I had to rush out of the storeroom. That yell was full of nothing but despair, and someone was still there. I wanted to deny I'd even heard it, but I forced myself to move. I opened the wall and very slowly stepped forward. Then I placed my hand on the hallway doorknob. It was dangerous, but I desperately wanted to see what that I'd been wrong. The hallway seemed completely empty. I distinctly felt the sensation that nobody else was there, but I knew that couldn't be the case. The door that had closed. All of them were, but my legs began to walk toward one in particular. I realized how fast my heart had gotten when I gripped the door, and once I opened it, that only intensified.
What?
I hadn't been wrong, but the sight I saw wasn't what I expected. Is there music here, by the way, or no?
There is now.
Oh, I hear now. Okay. There were two bodies lying on the floor. The room was dim, but I instantly identified them. Two!
Hmm.
There couldn't have been a more terrifying sight. While my hands trembled, I began to step back. A fate that had been once stated replayed like a record.
Oh.
On the floor was my own body, facing me with blank eyes. It had been my own anguished yell that I'd heard. Oh, shit!
So I wonder if the Sai from this timeline is the one who said that Shiroya has to die because he saw this.
Next to it was Naomi, her head dripping blood beneath one of my arms. Without making noise, I closed the door. Someone was still present, someone who had killed me. I couldn't let myself be seen. A sudden dizziness invaded me as I glanced back and forth between both sides of the corridor. Trying not to lurch, I reached the storeroom again. Behind the wall, I let out a long breath. That merciless image still burned into my retinas. My retinas! I had been killed. Seems like a good time to leave, huh, Shiroya? How had that happened? Even though the body I'd seen wasn't mine, my own could barely support itself either. Who had done it? If Kate wasn't in the tower, very few options remained. I'd even been wrong about Naomi's safety as she'd fallen victim next to me.
Wasn't a Sai from Mia timeline saying he saw dead Shiroya? I have no idea at this point.
I had to think straight. It was crucial not to lose myself. The person who had killed Naomi the first time must have targeted me as well. But why? Who would it been? Or you both killed each other?
Yeah. Also, when I say I have no idea, what I mean is that it's very clear that like half the time we've seen Sai on screen, he's not been from the time we think that he's from. Like he seems to be, he's either like just like that, or he is like popping in and saying a bunch of weird ass fucking shit because he's from like a completely different timeline. Like 3 or 4 times that has happened. So like even if someone said that, like we don't know if he is from the timeline where he said it, basically.
There was no sound I could pick up. The closing door had been the last time I'd perceived someone's presence. I had to calm myself down. The world I was in wouldn't remain.
Sai is having 4 adventures to Shiroya's 1. Sai is having 10 adventures to Shiroya's 0.5.
Sai can drink tap water. I had to calm myself down. The world I was in wouldn't remain. It would be entirely modified until it warped into the day I'd lived through. That would erase my death. That had to happen. I didn't know how or why, but it had to. Katsuki, the new one, where is he? My heart wouldn't slow down. Katsuki was going to see my body soon. Just thinking about that made it hard to breathe. Mia had just died. I couldn't let him see me dead too, or he might have given up entirely instead of fighting. I didn't want to imagine the brief thoughts going through my own head before dying either, but I couldn't stop imagining them. 2 Sekimeiya were in the attic. Trying to undo what had happened was possible. Everyone was above me, and as the elevator didn't work, I couldn't rush up. I hadn't wanted to travel through time, but Katsuki couldn't see that I died, no matter if it could be reversed later. Man, she really loves Katsuki. Was the killer close to me? If I was found, I would become a target. They would have no issue killing me twice. Even though I hadn't heard anything again, they could have been quietly staying somewhere.
We're glad we now know the plural of Sekimeiya is Sekimeiya. That's true. It's so important. It's true.
It was someone who wanted to kill me since this morning. I have to figure out who it was so I can be careful later or in case I travel to the past again. Why had I separated myself from the others? In the morning, I had been careful not to remain alone or with people I didn't trust. I was unbearably terrified, so I froze behind the wall, paralyzed by fear. I was unable to leave that place. It's kind of crazy that the only way that she can end up dead in that room is through time travel, and her immediate thought is, I need to go time travel to prevent it from happening.
Yeah.
Like, as long as she just never touches Sekimeiya again, that could never happen.
Yeah.
I had to go to the event room and move the bodies to where I was so that they wouldn't be found. If the killer noticed me, however, everything would be over. So I stayed there, hopelessly regretting all that had happened. The temperature in that part of the building wasn't regulated at all, so the cold seeped into me, but even that had stopped being perceived by my body. Nothing was until footsteps finally broke the silence again.
She could get caught in an AoE, yeah, that's true.
True. It had been a few minutes. Suddenly, faint voices came from the hallway. I immediately knew the group had returned. Couldn't even hesitate. Without wasting time, someone ran past toward the event room. Then a voice came from there.
Not here.
It was Sai. It appeared at the storeroom door, being lower quality than the rest, let the sound pass easily, but Sai's words weren't the ones I'd expected. On hearing that, everyone else ran to the room.
You serious? The 3 of them must have taken it.
What? Have they not seen the bodies? 3 of them, Naomi, myself, and someone else went down at some point. The 3rd person must be the killer.
We need to find them.
What's that word?
Why?
Huh.
I'm not
sure. That voice was Isla's. Puzzled, I still managed to comprehend what had happened. The bodies had been removed, but the Sekimeiya had been taken. They didn't seem to have noticed any blood on the floor, so it had been quickly cleaned as well. Wait, hold on. The bodies she just found, were they in the Sekimeiya room? I thought they were in a different.
No, they were in the showroom where the crystal room where Naomi's body was found, right?
Yeah, I thought it was like the same room where Naomi and Irina had been found.
Yeah, that's what
earlier.
I thought too.
Yeah, maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was in the Sekimeiya room.
The door that had closed. All of them were, but no, it has to be the one of the room with the cabinets. Yeah. Her head dripping blood beneath one of my arms. I don't know.
However, something didn't make sense. The 3 of them must have taken it. Irina said that if only those 3 were possible suspects, the whole group saw the Sekimeiya in the cabinet before going up. How was that possible? I had just seen 2 in the attic. 3.
Shiroya? Are you here? Shiroya! She has to be here. Hey, Shiroya!
Katsuki's voice increased in volume. He was getting closer. Who have I heard? Katsuki, Irina, Isla, Sai. Is only Akaro left?
Oh.
As soon as I thought that, a 5th voice came from the hallway.
Here you are. You need to come up.
That's Akaro.
What happened? Just come with me. You'll see.
I could tell he was near the staircase. When everyone heard that, they followed his sudden order and ran up, demanding an explanation. In the blink of an eye, empty silence returned to the crystal floor. Was he the one who killed me? Unless someone had traveled from the future, I saw no other conclusion. I knew next to nothing about Akaro. He had been shrouded in uncertainty the entire day. At some point, he even disappeared for hours, and Katsuki only saw him once after that. Had he always been Naomi's killer? Why had he never killed me, though? What had led to my own death? Reality had to change. No matter how, the other world had to be brought back. Was that truly possible? Would it occur out of nowhere? I continued to wait in that secret corridor. If the bodies had been moved, but not brought to my hiding spot, it was very likely the culprit wasn't aware of it. I began to worry. If Akaro was the killer, why get everyone to rush upstairs? It had always been so hard to figure out the culprit's intentions, but I at least knew it was odd that he'd been above the group when he was supposed to be on the crystal floor. Once a few silent minutes had passed, a sudden sound met my ears. What was that? It was a single metallic sound, one that I couldn't identify. Okay, so it seems really likely that she just Sekimeiya traveled right now because the room is different, but
yeah.
How?
Maybe the person who did the murder traveled and she got caught in it. She should go look at the door handle right now and see if it's still
she
there.
should look at the door handle. I heard nothing for a few brief moments. Then there was a follow-up. Wait, did the elevator just open? Then what was that first sound? I focused my hearing as much as I could, pretending to be fucking Daredevil. I couldn't be sure, but both sounds had come from where the elevator was. I let more time pass, but nothing else came. I was sure I hadn't been mistaken. Someone had just been there. She's so passive, huh? I had to stay where I was. Something was happening, but the person I'd heard had made very little noise on purpose. I couldn't let myself be noticed by them. There was another long while where nothing was heard from the storeroom, but once again, the silence was eventually broken when sound came from the staircase.
Here too, what the fuck? You have to be somewhere. Shiroya, where are you? I told you, I don't know what the fuck they're doing, but they're hiding from us. Shiroya isn't doing anything. It has to be Naomi. Shiroya, if you're here, please come out.
What was I hearing? It was clear something had happened, but I couldn't discern what. That sounds like Katsuki, right? So I don't think we have ever seen this from another character's perspective. Do you?
Nope.
There's no way we won't find... Sorry, this is you.
There's no way we won't find them if we split up. Katsuki, if you don't want to believe it, I invite you to find her. I don't care if you're lying or not. She wouldn't do this. Listen to me. Not only is she hiding with Naomi, but you're incredibly suspicious. You're obviously doing this shit for a reason, but we won't find them if we don't split up. He's right. They must have the Sekimeiya, so this has to be part of their plan. What plan? She has no plan. Then where is she? If she's not involved, why would Naomi do that? I don't know.
I whispered in the dark.
No.
I have no plan. I could tell it was Katsuki who began to open the hallway doors. After loudly opening the storerooms, he rapidly moved on.
Shiroya, holy shit, please.
It sounded like everyone was dispersing. Some of them went back up while others joined Katsuki. They were searching for 2 dead people. The noise moved to the other hallway and eventually quieted. I couldn't understand what they were saying anymore, but I didn't think anything had been found. Everyone was scattered around, and as people went up the stairs, the silence returned again. Where could the bodies have been hidden? Is it possible the security room was opened? Naomi had possessed the key to the attic, so her killer could have obtained it, but how would bodies have been brought up when the elevator didn't work? I could notice a couple people still wandering nearby. Kate wasn't there, so their knowledge of the attic was limited. Once some time had passed, most of them ended up back on the crystal floor. In hallway C, they were discussing what could have happened after not finding anything.
So they have to be on the Ashia floor. That's why this was done. The elevator wasn't working earlier, so they prevented us from using it as soon as it was up and running again. Roya is not doing this. She must have been locked in there. Found it.
Karo shouted from a distance, shutting down the conversation. When he spoke again, he had run down the stairs.
Look, it was on the 4th floor. Huh, where? In one of the drawers. I looked through all of them. That's where they hid it. That's weird. They must be on the Ashia floor, right? Why would they hide the Sekimeiya outside of it? Hell if I know, but you were right. Their plan was to take the Sekimeiya. Now that we found it, we have to hold on to it until the situation is resolved. So what are you saying we should do? If we stay in a room, whatever they're trying won't work. We won't be able to get the Sekimeiya again, and none of us will leave it alone. Don't think you're in the clear either. I'm telling you that Shiroya isn't part of this. I have no idea what Naomi wanted, but she brought her to the attic. There's no way I'm staying anywhere without finding her. I think we should do what Akaro says, Katsuki. If you're right, there's nothing we can do. No matter what their intent is, they're screwed if we stay with the Sekimeiya. Maybe she didn't travel, but the bodies and the killer did travel? Maybe. I'm not going to just sit around. We need to find her.
Bodies can definitely travel, because there's been 2 bodies in the same place one time.
Yeah. Maybe. Were they in the same place, or were they in 2 different rooms?
They were in 2 different rooms. The bodies of Naomi, right? There's a Naomi body in the bathroom and in one of the display rooms.
But I don't think they ever put both of her bodies in the same place.
Yeah.
Yeah. Although I could be wrong.
Fake Naomi. Was Akaro the killer? When he proposed staying somewhere, an idea came to mind. Nobody had been found. So the Katsuki I briefly reunited with was likely nowhere. I knew he didn't have the key to the attic, so if he was elsewhere, they would have seen him.
Katsuki, you need to listen to us. If what you're saying is true, we're out of options. However, the Sekimeiya has already been taken once, and they're the only people who could have done this. Even if someone else got trapped, the reality is the same. Whatever plan they have won't work now, so cooperate with us. I mean, you're free not to. You can keep searching around, but it's evident they're hidden someplace we can't access. Until we can leave, we have to stay somewhere. Splitting ourselves up might be just what they need. Here, you can scream for Shiroya. longingly.
You're all insane. We don't know how long that'll take. Naomi's the one who did this, so we have to find Shiroya right now. Karo had found the Sekimeiya. Was it the one he hid? If he hadn't lied about its whereabouts, it wasn't either of the two I'd seen. They were sure someone else had to be in the building, and that definitely had something to do with the metallic sound I'd heard after everyone went upstairs. Something had happened while they'd been together, so from their point of view, someone else was there and took the Sekimeiya. But it wasn't me or Naomi. It had been Kate, or was he long gone? There was one last explanation. The time travel nobody was yet aware of. If someone had traveled to the past, it would have created the illusion of another person, said the person who was here extra. On top of that, Akara was holding the very thing that allowed that time travel.
We shouldn't leave it in the event room again. We have to hide it from them, just in case.
Akara's voice distanced as he spoke, and everyone followed him to hallway B. From the other side, I could still hear Katsuki's muddled refusal. Okay, Akara is weirdly assertive in this version.
Yeah.
Like he keeps finding things and coming down and being like, look what I did. That's a weird
really
change.
Weird.
Yeah. On my end, I had made up my mind. I slowly opened both doors in front of me and stepped out of the storeroom. Karo and Sai were insistent about staying in a crystal room. Their actions in the other world had been vastly different, especially Sai's. It didn't seem like the bodies could have been in the attic, so it was possible Katsuki would find them if he searched hard enough. He was against staying in a room with everyone before finding me. That was one of the reasons I abandoned my hiding spot.
Turns out that Akaro, Sai, Kate, and Naomi are all in cahoots with Sin, and it just throw Arina and Isla in there too. It's just Shiroya and Katsuki who aren't in on it. Everybody else is part of a fucking jewel thieves ring. And Kate fucking bailed in this timeline and just said goodbye. And so now they're fucking panicking and they gotta take over. That's it.
All of this is to make Katsuki and Shiroya finally get together. This is how difficult it was.
Yeah.
He was against staying in a room with everyone before finding me. That was one of the reasons I abandoned my hiding spot. I couldn't leave him alone, even if I wished the world would change. If he couldn't find me, he would suffer alone for hours. Wow. Damn. Even so, as I saw the hallway, I kept trembling. I really wanted to talk to him as if nothing had happened. Nobody heard the sound of my steps. Who had killed me and Naomi? That question also brought me to leave the storeroom. If it wasn't anyone in hallway B, I wouldn't be safe staying by myself. If it was one of them, I would be safe as long as we were all together, and it was possible I could determine who was responsible.
Are the bodies in timeline B the same as the ones she found in this timeline? I don't. Bodies?
I don't think we've ever found a Shiroya body before.
I don't think we've ever found a Shiroya body before, no.
Sai has, but we haven't. Yeah.
One's in the elevator.
Oh, we did find bodies in the elevator.
Oh
shit. What were the bodies we found in the elevator? Was that Shiroya?
What do I even search? Yeah, I think it.
Oh,
yeah.
I completely fucking forgot about that. And also, Mia found a body. We're pretty sure in one of the office rooms and just didn't say anything, right?
She's an old friend of ours. What's she doing here? Yeah, that's a good catch. Yeah, those were the bodies in the elevator. It was Naomi and Shiroya. They didn't name her, but yeah, they said, "Isn't she the girl who died a few days ago?" And then Mia said she's an old friend of ours.
I completely fucking forgot about that. Holy shit.
Yeah. Yeah, so when they heard the sound of stuff happening she heard two sounds. She heard the elevator and another sound. That was them taking the panel off and tossing it into the elevator with the bodies. That's annoying.
Nicely remembered. Damn.
Yeah. Yeah. Nice catch. Oh, god damn it. How did those bodies hop over to a different timeline? I don't know. Oh.
Did I read this paragraph? I can't remember. I'll just read it again.
I have no idea.
Nobody heard the sound of my steps. Who had killed me and Naomi? That question also brought me to leave the storeroom. If it wasn't anyone in hallway B, I wouldn't be safe staying by myself. If it was one of them, I would be safe as long as we were all together. And it was, I did read this, and it was possible I could determine who was responsible. As long as nothing tricky happened, we would remain in one place. If I made sure that continued, it was a good way to let the time advance until the afternoon. It would almost guarantee that the interior of the tower remained calm. I was also curious to know what had been happening. When I turned to hallway C, I instantly understood what the sound I'd heard really was.
Yep.
Oh, the panel was taken off.
Yep.
The The elevator button wasn't there. Only wires coming out of the wall remained where the metallic panel had been. Why would you do that?
I don't know.
Shiroya.
To stop people from being able to find those bodies, but why?
And they cleaned up the blood? How do you clean up the blood?
I don't know.
It's really hard to clean up blood. People tell me. So like it's like, you know, I don't. I suddenly turned to face Katsuki and ran to him, my heart rate increasing as I approached. Where were you? I searched everywhere.
Dirty Katsuki. So now she's inceptioned her way into the timeline without Kase.
Oh, hold on. I'm really sorry to ask you to do this. Did Katsuki have smoke on him when we found him at the very, very beginning of today's
He did
start?
not. He did not. He was clean, and they commented on it in the narration. Yeah.
He had no smoke on him?
Yeah,
okay.
Clean Katsuki.
Okay. When the others saw me, they dashed over. In the meantime, I thought of what to say, hating the need to lie.
Yay! Woo! What the fuck are those clothes? Naomi gave them to me. I told her I was cold and that my old clothes were a bit itchy. The fuck? Where is she? I don't know. We went to the highest floor, but she suddenly disappeared. I think she locked herself in there. You serious? What did she want? I'll redeem. We'll have emotional support Sai redeems after the break. Don't worry. Huh? What do you mean?
Been looking at the floor, stuttering as I made everything up. When I finally looked at the rest, I noticed what greatly stood out from them. Oh.
Oh shit.
Oh.
Oh shit.
Oh. Akaro's eyes, they couldn't believe what they were seeing, and his body was solid as a rock. I needed nothing else to know who my killer was. He might have just moved the bodies and saw them, but I think he is the killer. In his hands was a glowing Sekimeiya. However, I immediately saw something I assumed nobody had realized. His sleeve was between it and his skin. He was purposefully avoiding contact with it.
Oh. What did Naomi have to tell you, I mean? I don't know. She didn't tell me anything. Can you explain what happened there? Why is the elevator button gone? Slow down. What do you mean she didn't tell you anything? She asked to talk to you and Akaro privately. Did she never follow up on that? Oh.
Oh.
No, I told her I was cold and she gave me this.
I see. That's also what Akaro said, that you two suddenly disappeared.
Yeah, sorry. That's when we heard the elevator then. Did Naomi activate it? You heard it? Yes, it passed through the 4th floor twice. We thought it couldn't have been the elevator since it wasn't working, but it had to be. I see. I don't know why, but it worked when Naomi called it. It did? After that, we all came here and saw the Sekimeiya had been stolen. Did neither of you do that? Wait, what? No, we never went there. In the attic, she gave me these, and when we left, she suddenly ran back and locked herself inside. They're gonna find Naomi's body from a different one of the timelines by itself, and Sai's gonna think that Shiroya killed her, and that's why he's coming at her at another time, I bet. Ah, shit.
Okay.
God damn it.
I really hated lying like that. Naomi had been killed, and I was setting her up as the culprit. Meanwhile, Akaro's body hadn't moved in the slightest. She's a terrible liar. Oh my god.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah. It seemed they had accepted my claims. They were absurd, especially the clothing part, since I was colder than before. But Naomi was already suspicious to them, and so they seemed to believe what I was saying.
Really, though, what happened to the button?
When we saw that the Sekimeiya was gone, Akaro told us to run upstairs. He'd been searching for you two, and we missed him when he was in the offices. On the 4th floor, the panel had been ripped off. When we went up and saw that they were gone on the 5th and 6th as well, so I tried to open the doors, but the elevator wasn't there. By the time we ran all the way down, it had happened on the first 3 floors too, and the elevator wasn't there either.
Yeah, we heard it moving 2 more times when we were going down. If you're telling the truth, I guess that was Naomi. I am. I don't know what she did after she locked herself up, but I've been looking for you until now. In any case, it doesn't matter. We found the Sekimeiya and we'll stay with it in a room until we can leave so that it isn't stolen again.
Only one door was open in hallway B.
Was that where you were going?
Where's Arena and Isla? Could if Shiroya, I don't know why this doesn't matter. If Shiroya said right now Akaro killed me, do you think that the three of them could take Akaro? I don't think so. He's
I don't
really
think so.
big,
No,
right?
they're pretty
Like,
puny. Yeah.
yeah. Holy shit. He is like actually super intimidating right now.
Yeah,
Like,
a little bit.
Look,
Yeah.
I'm kind of scared of him. Like I'm like,
Yeah.
oh my god, dude. Holy fuck,
Yeah.
yes. Finally, Akaro spoke. From the storeroom, I noticed his voice sounded rougher and sharper than I remembered, but that seemed to have disappeared. When I looked at him, he turned around and walked to that room. I thought we should leave the Sekimeiya here. Naomi can open the other cabinet, and just like it, I noticed these can get cold too. That was why the room had caught my attention. It was room B4, where we'd found the first Naomi and where the Sekimeiya had been hidden.
It's bigger too, so I think it's a good idea.
Once again, without looking at us, Akaro walked into the room and raised the lid of the cabinet, undoing the back lock. After placing the Sekimeiya inside, he rotated the two temperature wheels. I set it to 5 degrees C. Let's just leave it in here. Why? Everyone entered while narrowing my eyes. Kate wasn't there, so he hadn't repeatedly warned them not to get the Sekimeiya out of the cabinet. Despite that, Akaro had gone out of his way to keep it in a cold space. Yeah. He had knowledge of the Sekimeiya. The way he held it was the giveaway. He had to be the one who had stolen it, not just the killer. Katsuki and I had seen the temperature set to 0 degrees C more than once, and Akaro specifically set it to 5 degrees C, so there was no way he didn't know about that requirement. Does this Katsuki not even know the Sekimeiya can make you blip? Do they have any
I'm pretty
idea?
sure this is prior to any conversation about like time travel or anything, because we didn't see any of that for like the first half of chapter 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The temperature of the Sekimeiya's display cabinet was invisible, so I wondered what it was. Nobody was questioning Akaro's bizarre actions. Perhaps it was normal, only I was seeing them as such. Yeah, okay. Similarly, as nobody was questioning what I'd said, I made my way in and sat on the floor, leaning against a cabinet. Katsuki sat to my left. Most strain had disappeared from his face, but I could only feel like I was lying to him. The person he'd entered the building with had been killed, something I could hardly believe.
Shall we go on break? Shall we take a break?
Yeah, it's about break time. This is a good time for break.
I don't see why not. We can come back and have 30 minutes of emotional support Sai on screen. Oh, mouse of the stream says seems good. So seems good to me. All right, let's take like 10 minutes. So I'm gonna make some tea. Be back in a bit.
I am going to put my laundry in the dryer.
Ooh.
I'm gonna go do that right now, so I don't forget. Be right back.
All right, goodbye. And I am going to play some ads, so enjoy those if you don't have a sub. Okay, we're back.
I think I morbed something yesterday about Umineko, by the way.
Oh, what did you morb?
I was speaking about
is it what you put in a stream chat? I saw that, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. Should I mute you and have you explain it?
They would love that.
You have to join Jads and read stream chat if you want to find out.
What is Jads?
Okay, anyway, what I was checking during break is someone sent a long message before break that was saying that they did confirm that both the Sekimeiya were real because of how it was introduced, but I frankly didn't feel like reading the whole thing. So now that we came back and I had a bowl of cereal, somebody said that whenever that it had been confirmed that they were both real here. And so it says there's not only one Sekimeiya in it, but a second. One of them was gray and the other shined white faintly. And it looks like the one on the left was the one that was gray. And then the one that she hovered her hand over the one on the right, and that one had a warm aura. So it looks like they're both real if the CG is to be believed.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yep. Or at the very least, it is created to replicate the condition, like the way that the Sekimeiya changes.
Yeah, put a little battery pack in and make it generate a little bit of heat, you know? Yeah, but that's way too far. There's no way. Okay, I still think that one of them's fake, but maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, maybe maybe they're both real. Okay.
Is it Umi stream chat? Yes, his morbing is in Umi stream chat. You're welcome to go read it.
Morb.
Started yesterday at like 6 EST.
The Morb orb.
Maybe one moves forward in time and one moves backwards. Yeah, that's possible. We also talked about maybe, like we talked about it, like the Sekimeiya having multiple functions, and it could also be one moves forward, one moves backward, and it could also be that one timeline jumps, whereas one moves within one timeline. So. Yeah.
Oh.
Anyway. I have 30 minutes of emotional support side queued up.
Do you really? Wow.
Yes. Which one is stinky? Both of them. Trick question. Alright, do you want me to take over narration for a bit?
The stinky timeline. I'm still trying to think of like what it means to mean that that they're both real. Huh.
This is how easy it is to create monocorn sinks. That's true. He's got a good point.
I'm really surprised by that, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
God knows. Katsuki sat to my left. Most strain had disappeared from his face, but I could only feel like I was lying to him. I'm back to the pillow, by the way. We're done. Like, I did my duty. I did my due diligence. I made the giant chart. I did everything, and then we came onto a stream where all of the rules they just did the thing where they added a bunch. I knew it was coming, where they would throw a bunch of stuff at us that like changed everything and made it weird, and they did it, and I'm like, nah, I'm good. That's it. I'm back. So it's all up to you.
You're back on the pillow.
I'm back on the pillow. Okay. It's all up to you. Yeah, it's all up to you.
It's all up to me.
Yeah. Okay. The person he'd entered the building with had been killed. Something I could hardly believe. How had everything taken that turn? I didn't want to be there. I wanted to be back home or in the lobby, about to leave with Katsuki. I was foolish to hope anything would get better by simply waiting. The door closed. Sai sat in front of it, blocking the exit. He was insistent about not leaving, and as he looked at me from the opposite end of the room, I could still sense his suspicion. Lastly, when I least expected it, Akaro approached us. I glanced at him, but his eyes didn't meet mine. Then he sat to my right, between me and the cabinet containing the Sekimeiya. I would be pissing myself right now. For long seconds, I nervously waited for him to say something while he stared at his lap. In the end, when he raised his head, all he did was exhale a long-held breath before staring back down.
Do you think he's responsible, or do you think this is misdirection?
I have no idea. We'll go either way. I'm a centrist on this. A while later, the single sound within the room had been that of Isla's steps. Oh, she was there. She continually walked from cabinet to cabinet. Oh, look at this one. Irina followed her daughter around the room and mimicked her sounds of amazement.
Wow, the swirls on it are so pretty. They're just happy to be here.
They are. Gleefully, they circled the room until they'd observed all the gems. The last time, all of us had looked at the gems, so the situation clearly differed. Katsuki hadn't so much as shifted one of his legs since we'd come in. I'd wanted to talk to him, but I hadn't expected he would act that way. Before entering the tower, he and I had spoken very little. That gradually changed during the day, but the Katsuki next to me just looked like he had at his house. Oh, let me see that, Isla. Everyone looked at her purse where I was staring. I just realized there was something very important to check. These? They're sunglasses. Sunglasses in the winter? Isn't that a little strange? Nope, they block the sun reflecting off the snow. Here, try them on. She came closer and handed them to me. They're too small for me, but I'm sure they fit you perfectly. She put them on with a big grin. Wow. Wow.
Why does this get us, Sprite?
It's okay, you can try again when I'm bigger. The recorder isn't there, I don't get it. From farther away, Irina smiled at us. I couldn't help but feel that I'd never seen her look that way in the other world. Godot says it's called whimsy and fun, so there you go.
Okay.
Isla took off her glasses and ran across the room. I had no idea what to think of her, the recording, or her friend. I knew she'd died once, though. If we stayed put, that was much less likely to repeat. For a while, Isla's quiet footsteps punctuated the silence as she moved to each cabinet. She'd already looked through all of them, but staying still seemed to be difficult for her. Irina simply followed her daughter's movements with her eyes. When I noticed that the silence had gone on for longer than usual, I glanced back up. It took me a bit to spot Isla in front of the cabinet with the Sekimeiya. She was staring at it with a piercing gaze, her figure completely rigid. Out of nowhere, her right hand began to reach for the lid, moving almost imperceptibly. But before she made contact with it, Akaro noticed what I was looking at.
Hey, Isla, what are you doing? The Sekimeiya shouldn't be taken out of there.
Why not?
I already explained. I put it somewhere cold, like it was in the event room. Naomi told us not to take it out of the cabinet, so it's better to keep it shut.
I won't take it away. I just want to look at it again.
We have plenty of other gems to look at. I know you came to the tower for the Sekimeiya, but it's a lot more boring than all the other stones in this room.
Disappointed, Isla turned around. She continued going from cabinet to cabinet, and every once in a while she'd glare at Akaro from a distance. Once she'd circled around the room, she was once again in front of the cabinet with the Sekimeiya. It was glowing, right? Ashia said that it was the rarest discovery of the century. What if it has supernatural powers?
Okay, Akaro must get mind blanked at some point. He's a different person.
Yeah.
Don't be silly. You don't know much about Ashia, do you?
I do. I hear about them all the time.
Yeah. I'll give you some advice. Don't trust anything Ashia say. You wouldn't like to know how they obtained some of the gemstones you were looking at.
Unprompted, Isla sat next to Akaro, demanding a detailed explanation.
They've never been known for their decent practices. That's the best way I can put it. I guess kids nowadays aren't very in touch with their history.
Upon seeing that Isla had sat with us, Irina came over too. You mean they're not good people?
I've been told about this before. It's why I had reservations about bringing her here.
Huh? I don't remember that.
Well, at least in the past they weren't. Right now, it's a bit harder to say, but God only knows what the reason behind today's event was.
What did you mean before? How have they gotten all these gems?
Do you know anything about gemstones? There are many types. Geodes, for example, look like normal rocks on the outside, but are fractal-like on the inside. Ashia pushed themselves to have an event every week and change the displayed gemstones often, so in the past they've displayed fake geodes. Oh no, not fake geodes. People love looking for extraterrestrial... What? Extraterrestrial gems, materials that came from space. I bet that if any of the ones here are supposedly one of those, they were found in one of the mountains you see every day. Space egg.
Not the space egg.
I can't give you proof of this, but some of them are lab created too. Ashia can't trick everyone, but it clearly works favorably for them. For a while, they displayed a verdolite tourmaline labeled as a chrome tourmaline, which is much rarer. They're easily distinguished if you have a magnet, but they look very similar if you only have your eyes.
Oh, you know a lot about this.
Space rocks are cool. Yes, Lavos, they are. Not as much as you would imagine. It's hard not to hear about these things, really. Of course, I'm not surprised the Sekimeiya doesn't seem to be anything special. Even if it's not, we would have to pay a fortune if we broke it. Akaru's right. It's better to leave it be. Exactly.
I didn't want Isla to object, so I attempted to change the topic, and the appearance of her house was the first thing that came to my mind. She must be a handful. I bet she leaves a mess at home.
Also, did you have to reprint your tickets? Don't know why I'm asking. She's got her moments, but we managed. She's all I've got after all.
Akaru's expression softened. I knew he had to be hiding a lot, but it was hard to think even his appearance was insincere.
I see, that must be difficult. Say, Isla, how's school going? Shouldn't you be there right now? Okay, they have the same eyes, and it's like making me think weird thoughts.
Oh no. Yeah, but Mom let me skip classes. I like having a day off because not everyone there is nice.
Some kids are mean to you?
Well, Amelie never lets me play with them, and everyone does what she says.
Ah, is that so? Well, I'll come talk with Amelie once we're out. I had to deal with people like her when I was your age, too.
Really? My teacher already tried, but Amelie didn't change at all.
Don't worry. If she continues, we'll have another talk.
What is happening right now?
Yeah.
Isla grinned at the thought of a big, scary man like Akaru intimidating her school enemy. Meanwhile, Irina watched over them from above with melancholic eyes. It sucks because I can't. I have like writer brain on, and I'm like, what are they trying to accomplish with this? They're humanizing him right after implying that he killed Shiroya, which means like they're trying to make us think that he wouldn't do that unless he had a good reason, or they're trying to throw shade on the idea that like that was what happened. You know what I mean? Like that seems to be what's happening here. Like,
yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I wish I could just read. Mom, Mr. Akaru is a nice man. Can he be my new daddy?
I mean, it's subtle.
There's real craftsmanship.
You want him to be your dad? What do you think he'll say when he sees your bedroom?
Huh? I'll clean it, I promise.
You always say that. It stays clean for 3 days and then you forget about your promise.
Not this time. You'll never remind me again.
Sweetie, you know how much work being in charge of you is, right? Do you really want to put that on him?
I'm not that bad. It sounded like it was Akaru's time to chime in, but he kept quiet, looking somewhere else, anywhere else, just wherever he could. His lack of input abruptly ended that topic, so Isla stood up. Instead of returning to the cabinet with the Sekimeiya, she continued romping around the room. It took a while, but eventually she calmed down and sat a bit away. Not gonna lie, put in that situation, I would have tossed that shit right back to Akaru and said, I don't know, do you want to be her daddy? And just made it his problem. That's what I think. I would be a terrible parent. Time passed and everyone kept to themselves. Sai still leaned against the door, looking nowhere but the floor. It probably hadn't been long enough for the others to get to know his personality and why the way he was acting was unusual. I realized I no longer had the pendant I'd worn on the 15th. It didn't seem like anyone had noticed, but I would have no excuse if someone did.
So, Naomi hasn't shown up. Did she not say anything when she locked herself inside the top floor? Ah.
Finally, Akaru spoke again. His voice was quiet, and the steely look in his eyes from before we'd entered the room was completely gone. No, she didn't. I don't know what got into her, but I assume she wanted to do whatever she did to the elevator. I guess while we're here, there's nothing she can do anymore.
I understand. Out of curiosity, are you the girl who fell into a coma 2 weeks ago? I think I saw your name on the news.
Yeah, that was me. Although he was speaking quietly, Katsuki heard that too and looked at Akaru curiously.
Damn, that must have been a scare. It's good to see you're all right now.
Yeah.
There was an explosion close to here, right? Didn't someone die and a person was sent to the hospital?
Yeah, a friend of ours died. 2 people were hospitalized.
Oh. I'm very sorry. Can't imagine what that would be like at your age. I thought earlier that something about you two looked off. I'm really sorry for bringing it up. Does he know? Does he?
I don't know.
It's all right. Don't worry about it.
Because if he's the one who was fucking hopping around and getting put into prison and shit, which it seems like he probably was, then he was up to some bullshit there too.
Yeah.
Katsuki said what I'd been about to. Then Akaro gave us a look of pity. I could only wonder why he'd said any of that.
I did with someone very close to me a long time ago too. I don't imagine this is something you want to hear from a person you don't know, but all I wish now is that I hadn't thought that much about it. At the time, I thought I'd been disrespecting the dead if I tried to get over it, but that nearly ate me alive. I guess you're already doing much better than me if you're here. Thinking too hard about these things when they just happen can be pure torture. The worst part is trying to convince yourself that there's some meaning in it. Sometimes bad things just happen because they happen, and that's all there is to it. I wanted to believe there was a greater plan, but... Anyway, the important thing is that you're both still alive. Finding any meaning in that is up to you. Just living and moving past it is enough.
Someone in chat said what I'm thinking, which is this is the Akaro who didn't know Kate in Chapter 1 and said he sympathized with Shiroya and Katsuki. Like, yeah, 100%. I think it's gotta be. Why is he so different from timeline to timeline?
He must... Like, I know it's overdone in plot or whatever. It must be some amnesia thing or memory. Like, he's literally a different person. Like, he's never even spoken like this before. Like, his dialogue sounds different. Like, he's a completely different person. I agree. That's why we came here. Like, I think this is like just in this stream we've seen more dialogue from Akaro ever.
Yeah.
Than this.
Katsuki spoke where I couldn't. Akaro being supportive was something I hadn't expected in the slightest, especially given I was sure he'd killed me.
I know people can't choose a way to react, and I shouldn't be giving any advice. It's much easier said than done, but if you can, don't regret anything that you did, even if you killed someone. Are you okay?
Katsuki looked at me with sorrowful eyes. When I nodded, he went back to staring at his lap. And you? I'm sorry, we shouldn't have come.
Don't be. I'm still glad we're here. And don't worry about me. I'm fine.
All right. I smiled, but he didn't look up again. Isla had finished her most recent survey of the cabinets and was sitting in the middle of the room. I looked at the ceiling where the camera was and noticed that no green light flickered below the lens. Huh.
I feel like the story's trying to tell us something about the cameras that I'm just not picking up at all.
Yeah, I don't understand the cameras at all. Or, like, the stuff that gets moved around and things. I don't know. I saw Sai looking at his wristwatch.
How long have we been trapped for?
Almost 2 hours. It's 11.
2 hours? How much longer do we have to be here? This is getting ridiculous. It's only been 2 hours! Oh my god! I thought it was, like, fucking 4 p.m. or something. Holy shit.
It's really strange. Sorry.
No, I'm good. I'm done.
It's really strange. I wonder if they're having issues opening the shutter.
In any case, it has to unlock at any moment.
If only we had waited like that the first time. Nobody knew about the Sekimeiya's powers. That was likely why the time had been passing so smoothly. Of course, nobody but Akaro. The way he had held it hadn't been a coincidence. I didn't know why, but aware of its powers, his intention was to keep us shut in a room while the Sekimeiya was with us. Did he know about the 12-hour limit? Or was the reason tied to the other Sekimeiya that I'd seen? I still potentially had one hidden in the attic. He was the killer who'd hidden his victims' bodies. He had conjured the illusion that Naomi was still alive thanks to the Sekimeiya. Next to me, he hadn't opened his mouth again. He knew that I was lying and must have seen me as a threat, but his brief conversation with us had left me dazed. Everyone was quiet. For a long time, all we heard was Isla fidgeting with her sunglasses and sporadic sighs. I tried to keep excess thoughts to a minimum. I couldn't understand the strange world I'd suddenly been sent to, so to stave off exhaustion, my mind had remained empty for a while. Must have been a real challenge for her.
I want to praise the writing for a second here because I feel like having Isla go over there and want to see the Sekimeiya then talk about how it ask about how it's supernatural, and then have a moment with Akaro. It was doing multiple things at once, but it was also a really smooth way of confirming that no one in the room knows about the time travel thing, and that Akaro holding it with his sleeve is actually weird. I feel like it reiterated a lot of things right there, just in case you were confused, in a really smooth way, and also added some character development to that. That was a good piece, I think.
Agreed. It's 1 o'clock. Sai read the time out loud every half hour. Rather than comforting us, it made things drag on. I'd gotten pretty tired again just by sitting down for so long. After a while, Sai spoke again. Sai, said Sai. I'm going to the bathroom. Everyone watched him stand up, but the silence remained as he left the room. We'd been sitting for a long time, so it wasn't reasonable to stop him.
It's a curious, almost full-body sprite that we saw there.
Mm-hmm. Sai had been practically parked in front of the door, but the atmosphere hadn't changed with him gone. The concern began when a few minutes passed without him returning. I'd immediately considered the possibility that he had an ulterior motive, but everyone else took longer to reach that conclusion.
Where exactly did Sai go? You think he was lying? It's been a long time since he left. Don't think about him. If he doesn't want to come back, it's not our problem.
Could Akaro and Sai have been working together? What the hell were they doing then?
What if something happened to him? Don't be ridiculous. Do you think Naomi attacked him? We would have heard that. I don't trust him. I think he might be trying to make a search for him so that we leave the room. Really? I don't think that makes much sense. Forget about him. No matter why he left, staying here is the right call.
It eventually became clear Sai wasn't coming back. He'd left with our only method to measure the time, but it felt like almost half an hour had passed.
Seriously, what the fuck is happening? It's been hours.
Nobody responded. Still next to me, Katsuki and Akaro patiently waited. On the floor lay a tired Isla, while Irina's face showed the most worry. Simultaneously, Katsuki and I looked at the ceiling. Did you hear something?
I think so. What are you talking about? It sounded like someone just walked above us. Did you not hear sounds coming from the crystal floor a few minutes ago?
Why does Shiraya's phone not let them check the time? She doesn't have her phone anymore. It disappeared. It's gone. Poof, vanished.
What? I didn't hear that.
Irina hadn't noticed anything either.
Huh. Timeline? You could see you across timelines? The time shifted?
Everyone was on alert, but the sound had been very brief, immediately engulfed by the silence again. However, just a few minutes later, it repeated.
There, did you hear it?
We all nodded that time.
Okay. Someone's on the second floor. Did it sound like more than one person? More than one?
My mind jumped to the other Katsuki. Was he still there? We listened with rapt attention, but there was nothing else to hear. It took less time to repeat than before, and when it did, we were sure more than one person was outside our room.
Hi, Naomi. What the fuck are they doing?
Irina grimaced at his language, but opted not to reprimand him.
It has to be them. There's no way you miss anyone. Don't think about leaving. Whatever they're doing won't matter as long as we're here. It's not our business either. They're the ones who could be committing a crime.
We didn't move, but during the following minutes, the same faint sounds of footsteps was heard 2 more times. Whoever they were, they'd been moving through the building. It's the building search. At one point, it seemed as if a sound came from the crystal floor itself, but I didn't mention that. Who was there? Akaro had reiterated that Naomi and Sai were trying to lure us out, but my curiosity went beyond that. Unmistakably, more than one person was moving around. However, Naomi couldn't have been included. I knew she was dead. Then who was the other person? With everything seemingly unchanging, my need to know had only grown larger. Could it have been Katsuki? I didn't think so. Had Kate been there the whole time? I didn't think so either. Was it someone who traveled through time? Whoever it was, they hadn't been heard in a while.
Is it now? Are we going to be here all day?
It was getting unbearable even for me, who knew when the supposed end was.
The vibes are so different for this group, for except for Akaro, because they haven't found anyone dead, and they don't know the Sekimeiya can time travel.
Yeah, and
so
they also don't know
like,
that there's a 12-hour limit.
Yeah, they have no idea.
Yeah, it's weird. Irina walked a few steps. I thought she only wanted to stretch her body again, but that wasn't it.
I have to go to the bathroom. Do you need to go too, Isla?
She shook her head. At the same time, the rest of us looked on with skepticism after what had happened with Sai.
Don't worry, it shouldn't matter if only one of us leaves. I doubt I'll come across Sai or Naomi, but I'll be right back. No. You're leaving your daughter? What the
But she wasn't. After a little while, we realized the same thing had occurred. And since she'd left, the sporadic sounds had returned. Someone had walked above us and on the crystal floor, but all of those noises were faint. Eventually, even Isla began to look concerned, quietly staring at the empty door. When Sai didn't come back, it was natural to assume it was his choice. The case wasn't the same with Irina. Someone was there, someone who shouldn't have been there. Had they prevented both people from coming back to us? I couldn't take it anymore. Once again, the sounds had momentarily stopped, but I had to know who else was in the building. As I was convinced Akaro had been my killer, I didn't fear leaving the room anymore. I'll go too. I'll come back, though. Sorry, we've been here for too long. Before he could object, I walked to the door. I didn't exactly want to leave Katsuki behind, but had no choice. I hadn't missed Akaro's sudden frown, but he kept his mouth shut as I passed by Isla. I looked both ways. Nothing about the hallway appeared immediately odd, but the darkness was imposing. The lobby door was open. Drawn to it, I tried not to make a sound. What the hell? Both bodies were there, near the hallway A door. Like before, my own looked at the ceiling with empty eyes, while drops of blood had stained the floor beneath Naomi's head. In addition, all the ceiling lights were on, even the ones that the alarm had disabled and weren't working in the morning.
Wait, was it Naomi and Shorya's bodies were next to each other in the timeline where Naomi just got up and said, "You're the killer"? Or was Naomi alone that time? Or was that with the one when Naomi was with the cop?
When the fuck was that?
It was the end of one of the chapters, wasn't it? It was the end of chapter 2?
Fuck. End of chapter 2. Fuck. Fuck. Before the Suripo scene. Fuck.
She had dialogue. Can you like find like someone Naomi talking? Like she definitely got up and said like you killed me, or you're the culprit, or you, just something like that. She accused somebody.
How do I filter?
Can you filter?
Yeah, can I filter by name?
How do you?
Good lord. No, you're a murderer and you're behind this attack.
Foxy started Naomi, who raised herself off the floor. Okay.
She seemed to be in pain with a strong headache.
You're the murderer, and you're behind this. Those are two different people, right?
Yeah. The murderer and the culprit of the attack were two different people. And so in this group was...
There was a body next to her, I think. Was it the cop, or was she by herself actually?
I don't know. So in this group of people was Kate, Irina, Isla, Sai, Katsuki. This is everybody basically. And Mia.
Can you like hold on? Can I just? It's coming from the lobby. Can you go down to that one? To that line? It's coming from the lobby. Okay, can I just read this back real quick? 5 minutes later, the rest of them completed the lobby was supposed to walk the door, but it's on us. What? Naomi, what's happening? It's already time. Come on, Isla. Perplexed started. Naomi slowly was off the floor. She seemed to be, okay. It's not saying the
No,
body, the other body that was on there. Okay, maybe it was by itself. Okay, all right, just to keep that in mind, I guess, because it was in the lobby. Sorry, it's hard to keep track of all this shit.
It is incredibly hard to keep track of all this shit. Even if we were reading this in 1 week, I wouldn't keep track of all this shit, to be completely honest with you. Afterward, okay, this was the fake ending. I don't know who was, because wasn't that the one where they just piled bodies in the lobby? Like, yeah, I think it was the police officer and Naomi's bodies. I don't remember. Yeah, they moved Naomi and Shiroya's bodies to the lobby. Like, I'm pretty sure they were both there. Yeah. Right? Yeah, they moved the bodies.
They moved Shiroya's body? Did they really?
Yeah, I thought they moved both of the bodies to the lobby because they were, whenever they found them.
Man, I barely ever remember anything about Shiroya's body at this point. I need to.
We made a joke about them making a pile of bodies in the lobby.
Okay.
All right.
I don't remember. Oh, okay.
Okay, hold on. One second. We can.
Shiroya's body.
So okay. I swear that they moved the bodies to the lobby. But I don't searching on stream sucks with an audience, so I'm not doing it. All right. I knew Sai had once tried to kill us, but those bodies couldn't have been his doing alone. Recalling the faint sounds I'd heard from inside the room, I slowly stepped to the other door. The bodies had been moved to the lobby, and there was no way the other Katsuki would have done that. Unable to look at them up close, I hurried out. No way. Someone was far ahead next to the staircase. A pool of blood extended around a third fallen body lying in the illuminated zone. Irina, what's happening? So is she just seeing all, like, everything from timeline 2 now?
Yeah, she's seeing the Mia timeline.
Yeah. My heart dropped like a stone. I looked away from her body, but I had to fight back tears. Had the killer been outside all along? It was too overwhelming. I couldn't bear it anymore. The next thing I heard was footsteps from hallway B, causing my heart to drop even further. No. I ran as fast as I could, but I was too late. All I saw was Katsuki's figure disappearing into the lobby. I clenched my fists, desperately thinking about what to do. He had already seen both bodies, but there'd been no audible reaction. Suddenly, someone else came out of the crystal room. Before I hid myself behind the wall, I was able to see Akaro. What now? Do I have to hide again? Everything had gone down the drain so fast, I felt unable to move, as if my racing heart was using all my energy.
Hey, where the fuck are all of you?
Huh? I looked at the hallway again. As soon as I did, I saw Akaro coming out of the event room. Then he began to get closer. He might notice me if I try to leave. What? Did he enter the staff room? I'd heard Akaro's short steps and then a door closing. But before I could think about it, I realized Katsuki was in hallway A, slowly approaching Irina. I had nowhere to hide. As a last-ditch effort, I darted to the bathrooms, which I could see were empty. I slowly closed the door of the women's and locked it with the inner latch. I can stay here. Kate was the one who had the key. Soon after I heard Katsuki's steps reach Irina's body, they ran up the stairs. What is he doing? Does he want to find whoever else is in the building? From Katsuki's point of view, only Sai or an extra person could have killed the three of them. My body wore different clothes, but there was no way he'd care about that while unaware of what the Sekimeiya could do. I hated thinking about it. He'd found me dead, and I couldn't even imagine what I would have felt in his place. Once his steps had disappeared, I continued to pay attention so that I could hear what was happening in hallway B.
Oh, just like my toilet.
But nothing did. Since Akaro had shut himself in a room, I'd heard no new movement. Have you checked the tank for eggs?
No, I haven't. I should.
Do you want to read narration for a bit?
Sure. Is he still there? What about Isla? Could the door have been preventing the sound from reaching me? No, I heard Katsuki going up the stairs. And why did he only call for us once? He immediately went quiet. I didn't know where Kara was, but the time when Katsuki had seen me in different clothing was slowly approaching. I just had to wait a bit more to see whether my hopes had been in vain. How was this possible? Where did everyone go? I've been in the bathroom for several minutes, but the impossible silence hadn't ceased. We'd heard sounds from the crystal room. Someone had to be there. Why was everything so quiet then? Should I go to the storeroom? I unlocked the door. I had the chance to go back there, so I slowly opened the way out. Is there really nobody here? Silence persisted once I stepped out. I wanted to run straight to the storeroom, but I noticed that all the doors in hallway B were closed. I'm worried right now that in chapter 2, the two of us really keyed up on where we were in the timelines and everything, and we're like, oh, this is when that happened, that's what happened. I'm worried right now that we should be doing something similar at the moment, like with timeline 2, because this is definitely a lot of things that Mia did, but I don't remember it as well as I did the other ones, and maybe it's because there's just too much to keep track of, and I feel like I'm lost, and I feel like I should be making those connections that I'm not.
Yeah,
That's okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. What about Isla? She can't see Irina's body. Wait.
Body's gone?
I approached the room before as soon as a thought came to mind. After a deep breath, I twisted the doorknob. Are they all still in there chilling? She's not here. Oh, I was right. The cabinet where the Sekimeiya had been was open. I stepped up to it and glanced inside. The Sekimeiya was still there, and its color was white. After staring at it for a while, I reached inside and took it out, protected by my long sleeves. It's cold. He must have traveled, though. That's why the sound stopped. But where were they? I was clueless. Why had the Sekimeiya been touched, and why had it allowed someone to travel? The temperature in the cabinet was frigid. I walked to the hallway and then to the staff room. Holding the Sekimeiya with one hand, I opened the door. He's not here. I'm pretty sure this is where he went. I should bring the Sekimeiya to the storeroom. Without thinking twice, I ran to hallway A. I looked both ways to confirm that nobody was there and gripped the doorknob. She's about to get attacked. What? My jaw dropped and I stared at the lobby. Its door had been left open. Were my eyes betraying me? As I got closer, I knew that I hadn't imagined it. Where's Naomi? Only my own corpse remained on the floor. Although the red pool of Naomi's blood was still next to it, the body it belonged to wasn't there. What the fuck is going on right now? The sensation that had once faded came back, reminding me of where I was. Inexplicable mysteries were bound to occur on December 15th. I turned around, trying to think it was useless. I feel like she's just rapidly flipping between timelines. Irina's gonna be gone now too. Yeah. Even though I didn't know what I was waiting for, it was clear anything could happen, so going back to my own world wasn't far-fetched. I entered the hidden part of the storeroom and dropped the Sekimeiya on the floor. Glowing in the darkness, its temperature was noticeably higher than after I'd taken it out of the cabinet. Check the doorknob! When I least expected it, a crucial piece of the puzzle fell into place. Wait, of course, how did I not realize this earlier? I left the storeroom. If what had been in the lobby was a pool, near the staircase, Irina's body lay on a sea of blood. Okay. That Irina below the broken elevator, we had never spoken to her. That was because she had died. Did it make any sense? My idea was muddled, but I was sure I was on the right track. I had to make sure of something. I had to make sure Karo and Isla weren't anywhere. Even though an immense amount of things didn't add up, I thought I found one of the keys. As I bolted up the stairs, details reinforced that thought. This is terrible. Fucking Stroyos figured out something before me. It's gotta be later than 3 o'clock. That fits perfectly. The drop of blood that Katsuki and I saw in the lobby, it was exactly where Naomi's body left before vanishing. When I reached the offices, I stopped myself abruptly. There was something on the floor. Another Sekimeiya!
You gotta be fucking kidding me with this.
Could this be the one I hid? I hovered my hand over it, an aura of heat surrounded it, so it was functional as well.
Make the Sekimeiya kiss.
Yep. Touch them. When I picked it up, I felt as it was even hotter than I thought. Thanks to the thick clothes from the attic, I was able to bring it with me. What if you touched 2 Sekimeiyas at the same time? Did Katsuki see it? This had to be here for a while. When I went up the floors, I saw that every elevator panel had been taken off. Had Akara been responsible for that? I had no clue anymore. How was her body out of the elevator then? Eventually, I reached the attic's door. Every floor had been vacant, but the attic couldn't be.
It was open, so I could see the narrow staircase ahead. Why? Why wasn't the door locked anymore? Furthermore, the key was inserted in the outer keyhole.
The way that it worked in Chapter 2 was that they touched the wires together to get it open.
Many footprints were pressed into the carpet. It didn't make any sense, but I didn't care. I also saw that the suitcase was no longer on the sofa. As soon as I stepped into the living room, I heard a noise coming from one of the bedrooms. I'd hidden Sekimeiya there hours earlier. When I got closer, I could make out the sound better, and I locked up. Katsuki was crying. I could see his torso on top of the bed, twitching rhythmically. He had seen the dead bodies, my own death. I was still alive, though. I recalled what Sai had told us a long time in the past. According to him, the drop of blood in the lobby was mine. He'd been wrong, hadn't he? It was Naomi's. In that case, why had he said that? And why had he both been right and wrong about my fate? I stepped back, careful not to make a sound. Perhaps I was a monster for that, but it was the only thing I could do. Katsuki had learned that the me of this world had died. I wanted to go back to mine so I couldn't show myself and disappear on him again. Aside from Katsuki and me, the whole tower was empty. How could that be, though? Where were Akaro and Ayla? The answer to that question was one I already knew. They were in my world. They were the proof that going back was possible. At the point I was, and Akaro had appeared in the attic, his memories had differed from ours, and there had been a major distinction between us. He didn't know Kate.
She didn't figure out something you didn't. She figured out something that we figured out a while ago. It's okay. It's okay.
Alright, thank you. Okay, yay! It had taken me a while to process it, but everything he had said had started to make sense. The events he described were the ones I just lived through. He'd sympathized with us, and he'd been surprised to hear we found Naomi's body, but not that she died. After all, he had killed her in the world I was in, hadn't he? Sai, I have no idea. He left the room earlier and didn't come back. What are you all even doing here? I mean, what I said. Why are you all here? We tried to stay put in one place together. Do you not remember that? No, I do. That doesn't answer my question, though. How does it not answer your question? You and Sai escaped, and now you came back. What? That's not true. I didn't escape. And Ayla, what the hell happened to her? At the same time that Akaro appeared, Irina swore she had heard Ayla just inside the bedroom. And then the last person, Sai, where was he? The Sai who chased us with a knife who was he? The one who left the crystal room a while ago is the one who had the chance to see my body in the lobby. Is that where he made a mistake? I went back to the storeroom and moved behind the wall. After dropping the Sekimeiya, I shifted my focus to the one I'd left there earlier. How did they reach that world? There can only be one answer, with the Sekimeiya. The cabinet was open, so they touched the Sekimeiya. Even Sai could have touched the other one after leaving the room. That's what brought them here. What brought them there? It has to be. How did I even get here in the first place? It was by touching the Sekimeiya. And why did Katsuki disappear from this world? I'd bet it happened when Naomi touched the Sekimeiya. So then, why would it send me to another world as opposed to making me travel through time? I didn't know that, but it didn't make any sense. However, I could be confident it would work. It had already been proven.
To Sekimeiya.
After all, Katsuki had seen me on the crystal floor wearing the clothes I was wearing that very second. If I touched the Sekimeiya, I was guaranteed to go back. I didn't waste any more time. The darkness highlighted two glows, but my hand only approached one. It was the one I believed Akaro and Ayla had used. Touch them both! Before I realized that the glow disappeared in an instant of brief heat. Did it power off? I extended my hand more and understood that wasn't the case. It hadn't just powered off. The Sekimeiya wasn't there anymore.
Check the door!
I tried to find the other one, but I couldn't. The darkness had become absolute yet again, and as I smelled the air, I felt I noticed a difference. Did it work? I didn't teleport. I touched the walls around me. I was still in the storeroom. Oh. I stood up and took off the door at the end of the corridor. When I hit it, I frantically felt it surface with my hand. Took off to the door, sorry. It's not here. The handle's gone.
Thank fuck.
Oh, I had made it back. I really had. Dropped to the floor, exhausted and overwhelmed. There were so many things I didn't understand, but I'd been right about the most important one. I closed my eyes, letting out short breaths until they slowed down.
It's gonna be so funny if it's Mia's timeline. It's gonna be...
Oh god, is she gonna go out and be the Shiroya that Katsuki saw through the lobby?
I think so, and then we should be triangulated the way that you want it to be, if that is what happens here. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do I want to do now? I wasn't safe in the storeroom anymore. The handle was gone, so everyone should have known about the hidden section. It appeared I had 2 options to choose from. How did the world function? Even though I changed the past, I'd gone back to a reality that I thought erased. Just that fact made me doubt it was possible to alter history. However, I had to think it was possible. I could do it right at that moment. If I showed myself, I would change the events I'd experienced, and that was what I chose, and that is what I had to choose. Whether to change the past or not, did both options make sense? Back to this again.
Chat said, uh-oh, she needs to make a decision. Buckle up. VOD watchers, skip till next week.
If I let everything repeat, the current version of myself will travel from the bathroom. That will let me take her place once again. I'd have to let Katei die for that. And still, to do it, I couldn't merely stay put. I had to purposely let Katsuki see me to seal the start and end of the loop. Will that be how it'll work in the end? If I divert the events to the ones I remember, 2 versions of me will persist. I might be also erase the Katsuki I met this morning, or myself, depending on what the consequences will be. Like I'd wanted, I had eventually returned to my target world just by waiting. The proper circumstances aligned to fulfill what had to happen. If I just waited a while longer, I would arrive at the truth of Katsuki seeing me. I didn't know the exact time, so I got as close to the hallway as possible. Can't really hear anything. Pretty sure someone should be here, no matter what time it is. We didn't look at the storeroom again when we left the attic, did we? I might really be able to stay here undiscovered. Had I always been there all along? I had a lot of trouble visualizing exactly what had happened. Trying to perceive any sound, I continued pressing my ear against the wall. Once again, that led into minutes of silence, and as they kept passing, my concern only strengthened. Was I really in the same place? Maybe the handleless door hadn't been the proof I thought. This is probably the time we were locked in the attic, but we know things happened down here while we were above. What's with the complete silence then? The Akara who appeared in the bathroom, he has to be the one I was with just now. That's correct. Isla was actually in the attic as well when Arena heard her. So then, what happened to them? Why did we never find Isla? And why did Akaro disappear? We had left Akaro on the lower level of the bedroom. A while later, he disappeared. Furthermore, the chain hadn't been removed. There was a simple explanation, disappearing with the Sekimeiya. When the ominous silence had gone on for a while, I decided to open the door in front of the wall. Hallway A. Immediately, I noticed something that differed. The elevator button is in place. You noticed that before the body being gone? Is it correct that if I don't intend to change the past, it won't? If so, that'll be very convenient. I mean, I have proof that I'll still be here hours later, so I can do whatever I want as long as I don't purposely change the past. I went up the staircase. Could Isla have been in the attic?
How would she?
She doesn't. She's just riffing. I know I'm going to be here hours later. I'm invincible. Like, nothing can stop. I had to see it with my own eyes. I had to confirm I was back there. I reached the attic door. Next to every elevator on the way up, the metallic panels had been properly attached. I looked at the floor of the living room. Even though it had changed considerably, there were still recent footprints, and the empty suitcases was back on the sofa. Sorry, the empty suitcase is back on the sofa. Wait a second. I stared by my feet after stepping in and remembered something Katsuki had once said. Are these Isla's? They can't be, right? I think they're a bit too big.
Why does he talk like that?
Oh no. I couldn't make any sound. Slowly, I stepped to the hallway and saw all I needed to see. There's no handle here either. That could have only meant one thing. As I stood there, we were all behind that door. So, is Isla here? Like we'd once done, I took off my boots to reach the other bedroom while making the least amount of noise. So was the kitchen, made some noodles, and the storeroom.
Lay down on the floor for a while.
She's not here. Put on my boots and close the door. God, is anyone here? Then what the hell happened to her? Did she... Hold on. That's it. That's what happened. The identity of Isla's friend. I'd finally figured it out. Isla had died, so how could she have been alive within a month? Katsuki had already stated that the recording was no trap. There were many things I had learned. Sasude revealed that there was a large travel at around 4 o'clock, and that was how he appeared on the 24th of November, and it happened to fit with the approximate date Isla's friend had appeared. That's not all. This also explains another mystery, Akaru's disappearance. There's someone else who appeared on the 24th of November, the person who escaped from a prison cell, who I really have to assume was Akaru. So remember, chat, all of this is wrong because we know from Shiroya City that she's terrible at cooking. At 4 o'clock, there was a very large travel, and everyone who got up in it appeared on the 24th of November. 3 people who traveled were Rasude, Ayla, and Akaru. The Akaru who appeared in the cell wasn't the same Akaru we originally met in the morning. In a way, that explains some of the questions I had. Didn't Katsuki say he'd seen Akaru once again? That was the version of him who escaped the bedroom with Sai. Why did he appear in prison, and what did he do later? I don't know, but at this point I have no doubt Akaru was the Zen member trapped with us. And that's how both Aylas met. Earlier, when we were in the bedroom, Arena and Ayla's behavior seemed different. That's because in that world, her friend never appeared. This is the solution to Katsuki's problem. After going to the past, she didn't recreate what she had lived through. For her, that was happening for the first time.
Okay, so I'm right. On my big normal person document, the Ayla who was in the recording was from this timeline. But how did she get from... Okay.
So it also seems like the timeline that we started in already wasn't the first one. Because Ayla had already gone back in time. Maybe is the timeline that we just went through, was that the first one? Because Akaru is still like doesn't really know much about the egg, right? Ayla didn't have her friend. Okay, the timeline we just went through is at least previously in chronology to the first one that we went through. Because Ayla had a.
I think this has to be the first one
Ayla.
because Kate left.
Yeah.
So somebody had to know to take the thing off the door in order to make timelines 1 and 2 happen, because there was no reason for someone to take the handle off the door unless they knew that Kate was going to leave through it, right?
Or they never knew about Kate at all and took off the handle, and then suddenly in their timeline now there's a Kate and they're like, who the fuck are you? Why are you here?
That would be really funny. They just took it off because Lamau, and then Kate's fucking manifests. Fuck me.
I guess the question is, who do you think died first, Mia or Shiroya? Oh man. Oh, this is really cool but difficult. Oh shit. Shiroya for sure. See, Shiroya dying first would make more sense to set up Mia as a villain, because Mia would find out that it's all about trying to revive Shiroya at the expense of Mia, and Mia would be like, no, fuck that. She died first. I have more right to be alive. Oh man. This is cool. I'm enjoying this.
Okay. All right.
You good? Fluff on the pillow?
Yeah.
When I thought about it all the things we'd heard about her friend made sense. She said that if we stayed calm in one place, nobody would be hurt. That's exactly what we did. We stayed in a crystal room, and Ayla never saw any of the dead bodies. Also, there was a person missing. She said that even though she didn't know how long it would end or how long we'd stay here for, she'd wait for me at home. I see. The reason she didn't know about how it would end was because she traveled to the past in the middle of the day, and she didn't know how long we'd stay because Kay hadn't been there to explain the alarm. It makes sense. Ayla was told that 7 people would get trapped and that it'd be 3 men and 4 women. That's because the other Ayla wasn't counting Kay. There was one last thing Ayla had told us. Her friend assured us that she would get to touch the Sekimeiya. The Ayla had just been with had touched it in the crystal room. She had asked about it, but Akaru told her not to. When he left Ayla alone, I'm sure she took advantage of it. That was why the cabinet was open and why both of them appeared in the world I was in.
Oh wow. If true, fucked up if true.
Yeah, there's only one thing I find strange. If she appeared in the world in that room, she would have noticed that a curtain had appeared on the floor with Naomi's corpse under it. Did she see it? Huh. Sekimeiya was inside the cabinet, so she had to climb inside to touch it. If she changed worlds inside the cabinet, she would have shut herself in there because it's locked in this world. I wonder what exactly happened.
Oh no.
Oh God, she suffocated?
Oh no.
And when did the recording come into play in all of this?
Ah, shit. Oh, fuck me.
Sound came from the hallway. Did they open the door? Someone was there, but I could only hear footsteps. The magic trick of her like going into a cabinet, disappearing, and then when they open it again, she's dead. That was a really cool thing that the story did.
Yeah, it was.
I like that. I made sure not to move, but I couldn't discern who it was. It has to be us. We just left the bedroom. They're still there. Sound wasn't reaching well where I was. There had been brief periods of silence, but I could tell the hallway was not empty. Soon, the dark footsteps faded away. Did they leave? That wasn't only one person. I should go back to the crystal floor. I didn't like the idea of staying in the attic, but I couldn't be seen if I went all the way down. No matter who that was, I could probably make it down before them. I tried to open the elevator, but didn't budge. Then as soon as I pressed the button, I felt a spark in my mind. Whoa, what the hell? Did this happen again? Dumbfounded, I stared at the button until it lit up orange. Inside the elevator, I pressed the lowest button. While I descended the building, I reeled from confusion. What had just happened? I opened the door on the crystal floor and made a quick dash to the storeroom. I paid my utmost attention behind the door. What was about to happen was very important. There it is. Someone appeared from the staircase. It's more than one person. It has to be the same people who just left the attic. That meant it had to be us. It had to be us, Katsuki and me. Was that me? I just heard a voice. I wasn't sure, but they didn't speak again. Instead, they got closer to where I was. And as the sound of their footsteps increased, they quickly decreased. Then they opened a door. I had to think it was the event rooms. The hell? It has to be us, but it doesn't make sense. Something else had to happen, so I waited for it. I waited for something that didn't happen. Nobody else came from the staircase side. In fact, ever since the footsteps across the hallway, I hadn't heard anything. In just a few minutes, I began to doubt what had been confirmed. I doubted I was really back in that world. I glanced at hallway A. Nobody was there, but I believed it was easy to confirm where I was. Cautiously, I walked to the lobby door. I opened it slowly, creating the tiniest gap. As I thought, something was wrong. It was completely empty. My own body had disappeared, even though a single drop of blood remained near the door. Why? Why is nobody here? Nobody was here in this time, Latroya. Isn't this right? I went to the event room where the door had been left open. The display cabinet was empty. There's no chance I'm not back. I'm not back, is there? My stream is lagging. Sorry. Am I okay? Am I coming through okay?
Yeah, you're okay.
Okay, maybe I just put the quality down.
I can put the quality down if you want.
I had to be, and a way to be sure was in hallway B, but something else grabbed my attention as soon as I stepped in. The door was open. It belonged to the farthest crystal room, B6. I approached it slowly and soon saw what was behind it. Yeah, it's taking a while to catch up. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Reconnect?
We can try that, yeah.
Let me see. Let me disconnect and rejoin.
Bloop, bloop, bloop.
Sekimeiya was just inside the room. Its color was white and nobody was there. That's better. I could only frown as I walked up to it. That was the place we had traveled from after leaving the attic. Many things indicated I was in that world. But not all. There was something that wasn't right, and it was baffling. There are two Sekimeiyas here as well? That had to be right, and no matter what was happening, keeping one was a good idea. Still rattled, I picked it up. The headache was coming back, so I left quickly and directed myself to the room I'd wanted to inspect. E4, where I'd been for hours. When I opened the door, I found what I expected on the other side. Naomi was on the floor under a curtain. There were bloodstains near her and on the wall, too. Just what the hell is happening? The Sekimeiya I have right now is the one we touched in that crystal room, right? I just took it out, so that's why we didn't find it later. Instead, we found it in a drawer. That must not have been the same one. Is that it? The structure of those events didn't make sense. There was a major contradiction. I approached one of the cabinets. Its side wheel was damaged. It's the same cabinet we saw that day. Actually, I should keep the Sekimeiya here. I was thinking of bringing it to the storeroom, but that could be risky depending on what happens. After all, why had I traveled back to that world? Due to an idea I'd had, I didn't want to stay near the Sekimeiya. For the same reason, I had to turn the wheel. Kara set it to 5 degrees C, but that must not have been enough, because the Sekimeiya still worked when Isla touched it. We found it set to 0 degrees C, so that might be better.
Do you want me to take over for a bit, by the way? I've just been letting you read a story to me.
Have I been reading for a long time? Okay, yeah, sure, go for it.
I think so, yeah. I still couldn't easily believe what I was thinking. Had everything really happened as I thought? I knew I had to be wrong about something, so what made the most sense was that I was mistaken about what time it was. After all, I had used the elevator. In the attic, I'd been so distracted that I hardly considered the elevator would be audible. In fact, while I'd thought about it, I'd been blinded by the assumption that if I didn't mean to change the past, everything would repeat, and I was at no risk of being seen. If everything did happen the same way, it was guaranteed I wouldn't be found. Therefore, using the elevator to go to the crystal floor was safe. That had been my unconscious thought process. But it had generated a logical issue in my mind. Uh-oh, logic error! Who had caused the noises I'd heard in the attic? I assumed that was the time we'd left the bedroom. But what had happened after that? Katsuki and I went down to the crystal floor and then to the event room. That's what I heard from the storeroom just now. Then we found the Sekimeiya in room B6. We touched it and traveled through time. We appeared back in the bedroom, and then we went to the lobby before our original versions arrived on the crystal floor. We determined that we'd gone 5 minutes to the past. However, that didn't make any sense. The elevator was another key detail to those events. After leaving the attic's bedroom for the first time, we had heard the elevator twice on the office floors. Then, when we traveled 5 minutes to the past, I pressed the button in the attic. That's why we thought it was us who called it from the attic and took it down. And just now, when I called the elevator, I thought, did this happen again? Did I once again call the elevator without realizing that I was going to produce the sound I'd already heard? That was wrong, though. Yeah. It couldn't have happened again because both elevator trips were the very same. After Katsuki and I touched the Sekimeiya and appeared in the bedroom, I called the elevator, producing the sound we heard before traveling. Now, right after the old versions of us went down, I called the elevator, producing the sound we heard. Which one was right and which one was wrong? Only one was the truth. That was the reason why I was skeptical about my surroundings. I was in that world, but there had to be something I was mistaken about. If it was the time of day, everything made sense. If the sounds I'd heard in the attic hadn't belonged to our past selves, there was no contradiction. But was that it? It didn't seem likely. From the storeroom, I was pretty sure I'd heard my own voice. That would have been when we'd checked the elevator to confirm that it arrived on the crystal floor. If I'd just caused the sound we heard that day, then what the hell happened after we appeared in the bedroom? Just a few minutes prior, I'd confirmed nobody was in the lobby, but the versions of us who had touched the Sekimeiya in B6 were supposed to be there. Who had caused the elevator noises? No matter which one was correct, the other interpretation was completely wrong. I'd been trying to combat my headache to understand what had happened. Even though both versions of things made perfect sense separately, it was impossible to reconcile them. In the storeroom, I touched the Sekimeiya and the world around me changed. Could something like that have happened when we touched it in room B6? That seemed like it could make sense, but there was another problem. Katsuki had seen me after that point. That implied he was still in the same world. I'd been caught up sorting everything out in my head when I heard someone just outside the door. Who's that? The sound only intensified, and soon the door opened. When I saw who was there, I rushed over. Irina, are you... Before I could finish, she fell to the floor. Her clothes were soaked in blood, and her expression was vacant. I moved to shake her shoulder, but she didn't respond. What happened? Disconcerted, I closed the door. I didn't want to be heard, and I wasn't sure who else was there. However, I calmed myself down when I recalled what had happened. Right, okay, she's not dead. That was the room where we'd found her, and she had fallen in the same position. I placed a finger on her neck and felt the pulse we'd missed.
Okay, and this is the one that later she wakes up and she meets Mia.
Yeah.
So okay,
Yep.
holy shit.
Yep.
Oh, this must have been a fucking nightmare to write.
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
Yeah. Yeah. She said she got hit in the head, but who did it? All this blood can't be hers. Who could have hit Irina? Akaro, Sai, and Kite. However, no one else but Kite had lost that much blood. The blood is fresh. Kite's already dead then. I was once again lost. Everything was repeating, which meant that I hadn't been mistaken. What I'd heard in the attic was really us leaving the bedroom. I doubted what to do. Sai and Akaro could have been very close by. In the other world, Akaro had killed me, and in the one I was in, Sai would soon chase us with a knife. No matter what, I couldn't let myself be seen, so going to the storeroom was dangerous. Kite and Irina left the attic together. They might have been attacked at the same time by Akaro or Sai. So what about us? Where were our past selves? According to my memories, we should have been in the lobby when I'd peeked into it, so I couldn't blindly trust what I remembered in that regard. Maybe I should go to the storeroom anyway. If everything will play out the same, I can be sure I won't be seen. Wait, no. I don't have to. I thought a little ahead. When we'd found Irina, we failed to realize that she was alive. Due to the shock, we'd barely stepped into the room. I could leave, but given what I knew, I didn't have to. If I stayed next to the door when it opened, our past selves wouldn't see me. It was better not to move. Oh my god, the idea of them hiding behind doors or they're the roots of themselves freaks me out! No! Oh, no. Okay.
No, you don't have to worry about that, because you know you would just go talk to yourself. Like, you would never do that to yourself.
No, I would fuck with myself. What do you mean? I would fuck with myself so bad.
No.
I would go full Sai mode. No way.
Really? Oh. I would too. Yeah.
Okay. Why? Because it would be funny. Because I'm so easily spooked by stuff, it would be funny. That's why. I waited next to the door. From there, the whole floor seemed silent.
I'm gonna own myself? What?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a victimless crime. If you're gonna fuck with someone, yourself is the best person to fuck with. It hurts. It has the minimum amount of hurting someone.
She loves crimes. She loves crimes.
Lemeo got me, mouse. Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah. All right. Irina had completely passed out. She hadn't moved an inch, and as the seconds passed, I kept wondering where Katsuki and the other me were. I didn't get it. Was I not properly remembering what had happened? I looked up at the camera. Was I being recorded in two different places simultaneously? What? The green light still isn't there. That's odd. The Sekimeiya was in my hands. I'd gotten distracted, so I hadn't left it in the cabinet. However, I'd also noticed something else that was strange, which had made me very reluctant to follow through with that. I didn't have to wait long before I heard a door opening. It sounded like someone had come from the lobby. Again, it's more than one person. Are they going to go to the bathrooms? They did. Then another door was opened. I knew it was the staff rooms. It really is us. What the hell then? The sec has to be... It is. That was Katsuki. I remember what we did. After checking that Naomi's locker was still open, we found the Sekimeiya in a drawer in room B6. We brought it to the event room, and then we found Kite and Irina. As predicted, the steps eventually moved to the event room. If I'm not mistaken, they'll come here soon. My tension grew, but I had to be fine as long as I didn't make noise. Meanwhile, I kept wondering what to do with the Sekimeiya that I had. I could be sure there had always been two of them, as we had just locked one in its cabinet. There was no remaining doubt in my mind that I was right, so I waited. After finding Kite, it hadn't taken us very long to come across Irina. And that was reflected by the sound behind the door. Mere minutes after it faded, the lobby door opened again. I knew full well the desolate atmosphere we'd experienced as we looked in every room. After that repeated, they opened the door next to me, and I was forced to relive the shock of seeing Irina's bloodied body through their sharp gasps. Katsuki took 2 steps forward, and I heard my past self crumple down. Hidden behind the door, I held my breath. That's it, I can't look at her, let's go. Slowly, Katsuki turned around. I couldn't see it, but I felt the despair that came from him.
Give me a second.
Before they left, Katsuki detached the curtain from the cabinet closest to him and covered Irina with it. I exhaled. I may have been in the same world I'd come from originally, but there were loads of things I didn't understand. So now what? The Sekimeiya entailed a dilemma. I wanted to leave it behind, but that potentially created its own problem. Oh, this is what happened. When I thought ahead, the answer to a persistent question was finally answered. I just trapped myself. I've been going one step at a time, so I hadn't realized a direct result of what I'd done. After finding Irina, we went to the event room, and Katsuki sat next to the hallway A door. I finally understood the reason why he'd seen me and why that would repeat. I'm trapped. As soon as I leave this room, Katsuki will hear and see me. That's what woke him up. And I had to leave. If I stayed there for much longer, a search would eventually find me. That wasn't all. I knew Irina would soon regain consciousness herself, and I had a reason to think Sai would search the room I was in fairly soon. I had to leave, and as soon as I did, I would force our past selves out of the event room. I had a Sekimeiya with me. It's so fucking foreboding that we've swapped from the Sekimeiya to a Sekimeiya and Sekimeiya. I had a Sekimeiya with me, so teleporting out was an option, but it was one I couldn't risk because I refused to leave the world I was in again. In the event room, I'd fallen asleep very quickly. I'd been dead tired that day. I felt a similar exhaustion at that moment. I'd been in the tower for many hours already, but they'd fortunately been much less dense. After I leave, Katsuki will call for me, and I won't appear. Unbelievable as it seemed, that aligned with what I wanted, so it made sense for it to occur. I could watch what had happened from a distance, and there was something I was curious about. There was yet another reason. It would have caused a problem that I was finally sure existed. I couldn't interact with my old self. It was the same thing we'd considered with Isla. If my past self met the future me and tried to keep everything exactly the same, she'd have to replicate precisely what she'd seen me do. Every word, every movement. No human was capable of that. It was crucial not to be seen by both her and Katsuki. A certain time was approaching. There was something I'd been avoiding thinking about. On that mountain, I made a decision. To change the past and save everyone. Mia, Isla, Irina, Kite, Naomi. While that reality seemed distant, it was as close as ever. The time I'd found the Sekimeiya in the water tank would soon come. At that point, the Sekimeiya had shot me quite far through time, even though I didn't know why. When I go to the bathroom, I'll just have to stop my old self. That should let the Sekimeiya store even more energy, so if I touch it later, I'll go to November again, to a time before Mia died. Shiroya City 2? That was all I had to do. Yeah. Chapter 4, baby. If I changed the past in just the right way, accomplishing what I decided was well within reach. And yet I didn't know what to do. Hadn't I also decided that going to the past was a mistake? If I didn't interfere, my past self would travel, and I would soon become myself again. I could just leave with Katsuki. But is that even the case? Would that really be possible? The Katsuki from this morning said that the recording was real. We won't simply leave at 9 o'clock. And that wasn't all. He was suspicious of me and asked if I was the real Shiroya. Why? What happened after I went back in time? Up until then, my safety had been guaranteed because Katsuki had seen me late into the day. Beyond that point, I couldn't be confident about anything. On top of that, it was a fact that I'd never been mentioned in the recording. I also recalled that I'd been seen again later, wearing the clothes from the attic. That had only been briefly mentioned, so I didn't know what it was about. Oh yeah, she doesn't fucking know about all the bullshit with Sai after that. Oh shit, okay.
The bullshit with Sai?
That happened whenever she was locked in the attic and Sai came down and was being all weird with Shiroya with different clothes. She doesn't know about any of that.
She doesn't know any of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I looked down. When the Sekimeiya had begun to get too hot, I'd left it on the floor. It was a bit difficult to decide what to do with it. My intention was to leave it in that cold cabinet, but I think something's odd about that. Once I leave, our past selves will go to the attic. When they're returning, the elevator will be intercepted and Sai will chase them. They'll all end up in the event room where Sai's attitude will flip. Something we didn't figure out was how we managed to not be found in hallway B when Katsuki searched through every room. If I left the Sekimeiya in that cabinet, that would have given him a way out. Do you remember when you heard that loud-ass thunder that jump scared you a couple weeks ago? That was you outside your home with cymbals.
Lamayo got her.
He could have just...
Rodney also had a banger earlier.
Oh,
Mouse in it for a different timeline, cutting Mouse's electric power. Lamayo got her good. Fucking hell.
I didn't see that. Oh no. I'm locked into reading, sorry. If I left the Sekimeiya in that cabinet, that would have given him a way out. He could have disappeared by touching it. That was why I thought that he might have been about to investigate the room and find out that a Sekimeiya was there. At that point, another Sekimeiya was... It's funny because I said like stream 3, maybe there's multiple Sekimeiya, and now I'm mad that there are. At that point, another Sekimeiya was in the event room. If there are only two, the only way Sai could have disappeared from one of these rooms is with the Sekimeiya that I have now. I would keep it cold, so he'd have to take it out, wait for Katsuki to investigate the other rooms, and touch it as soon as this one was about to be searched in order to get away. It's the quest to control all of the Sekimeiya. Yeah, I'm kind of imagining Shiroya going into the storeroom by that door and just piling Sekimeiya by Sekimeiya, like just making a little nest for herself.
Like a ferret.
Yeah, like
I've collected all the eggs.
Like a ferret. It's a collectathon, actually. But it's not so straightforward because according to Katsuki, he looked in every cabinet. If that's what happened, he should have seen the Sekimeiya. Is it possible it teleported after Sai used it? I'm not sure about that anymore. That was what seemed odd. Up until that point, everything I'd done that had matched with what I'd already lived through contained a purpose. The clothes, showing myself, the elevator. I hadn't repeated anything without a reason. So then what was going on? Would I leave the Sekimeiya there to give Sai a way to escape simply to avoid changing the past? It was weird. Because I had realized it, I had no reason to leave the Sekimeiya in that cabinet. Even though I wanted to hide it far from me, it didn't have to be in hallway B. I didn't want to leave the Sekimeiya there. Aside from the fact that it would be consistent with my experiences, it would only bring negative consequences. But didn't that mean Sai would still manage to hide anyway? After all, I wouldn't not be doing it to change the past. Disregarding my own interests purely to be consistent with what I'd already experienced wasn't how everything had worked so far. That was what I was curious about and what I wanted to observe from a distance. How was Sai going to escape detection? I also want to observe Sai. The more I thought about it, the more I believed that leaving the Sekimeiya in the cabinet wasn't the call. When I was sure, I looked at the door. It hadn't been properly closed, so I widened the gap without making a noise.
Could you imagine like Shiroya and Katsuki trying to decide what to order for dinner?
Oh my
god. Oh my god. Sorry, go ahead.
I picked up my phone and scrolled through the pages of apps until I found Uber Eats. I had already ordered Uber Eats that week, and so I reviewed my order list to look through what I'd had so far. I didn't want to repeat anything that I'd had recently because then I wouldn't be able to enjoy my dinner as much. The local pizza shop had a sale, but I wasn't interested in getting buy one, get one because I don't like eating leftovers, and so it would have been a waste of food.
I looked at Shiroya looking at the phone. I had an idea what I wanted for dinner, but I also wanted to see what she wanted to have for dinner first. Obviously, I was someone I wanted my top choice, but I would be happy with having her top choice if that was my second choice. So I had to decide what was my top choice and what her top choice was, and then we would settle on the second choice. But I also know that she also knows the same about me, so can I really trust that when she gives me her top choice that it's actually not her guess at what my top choice is, because she wants me to be happy, but I want her to be happy too. Fucking Christ.
Having traveled back in time, I watched from behind the door as the other me scrolled through Uber Eats. I knew very well that if Shiroya 1 ate food from the Indian place that she was considering, that she would get food poisoning. But would it be changing the past to warn her? I didn't want to make contact with her, but I also didn't want to be suffering from the effects of food poisoning for weeks.
I remembered when I was sitting on the toilet that I had agreed that I was going to change the past when I went back in time.
All right, we have fun here. It was as I thought. I could see Katsuki sleeping next to the hallway A door. I took one step forward. Immediately, Katsuki's eyes opened. Raising his head, he stared right at me.
Here we go. Yep.
I turned and walked down the hallway to reach the storeroom. It really had been me. At that time, I had denied it completely, but the person Katsuki saw was the same me, in a sense. From inside the storeroom, I heard Katsuki slowly walking. He circled the floor until he was back at the event room. Next, they would go to the security room to check the time before going to the attic. Something had just caught my eye. The green light was on the hallway's camera.
Shiroya, are you there?
It was ridiculous. I was, in fact, but I didn't want to be seen. Such a nonsensical prediction had turned out true. Our old selves walked the stairs to reach the attic. As soon as they were gone, I left as well. I'd left the Sekimeiya on the crystal room floor as I hadn't wanted to be seen with it. I really want them to accidentally run into someone else hiding out of time. Like, I want her to just go walk into the storeroom and like Sai 12 is there with like, he's got like 12 Sekimeiya fucking, and he's somehow got one of those vests that like fishermen have with all of the pouches, and he's got a Sekimeiya loaded up in each one of them. And he's just like, well.
Juggling them. He's throwing them across the room because he knows another side is going to appear to catch it and then throw it to the other part of the room. Like he's playing fucking like Oh, don't tell me it's already gonna be gone.
Is this how Sai managed to disappear? You fucking... Wait, she left it? Oh my... That made a... Sorry, I was like kind of tuned out reading, and then she fucking left it on the floor? That made a lot of sense. So I sped up. Could he have grabbed it so fast? No, it's still here. It was behind the door where I left it. Carefully, I picked it up. Where should I put it? She really did let him out 3 times. She sure did. Thinking about it, I walked to hallway C, where a sudden sound startled me. I retreated immediately. In hallway A, I'd just seen Sai. He hadn't seen me in return, but something was very odd. He'd been exiting the storeroom with a knife in his hand and was visibly shocked after looking at the stairs where there was nothing. I wonder if he was expecting Irina's body. Slowly, I kept stepping back until I reached the lobby.
Is this the part where Sai tried to kill them, or did it happen sooner than that? I think this is the part where, like,
I think this
they
is
go upstairs
the part.
using Shiroya. Yeah, this is the part. Okay, yeah.
And then he goes up there. He was exiting the storeroom with the knife in his hand. Does that mean he had been outside? No.
Oh.
Because the handle isn't on the door in this one.
She was just in the storeroom.
She was just in the storeroom. What the fuck?
Yeah.
God damn it.
Oh, but she didn't open the fake door. Was he behind the fake wall?
Yeah, he could have been behind the fake wall for
this.
Good fucking God, the fucking Jesus fucking Christ. The sound of his footsteps came from hallway B, then he started to open doors. Did he notice me? With his free hand, he'd been touching his mouth. He was the Sai who had chased us, and he was about to intercept the elevator with us inside. He's the one who said I would die. It's the Sai who locked me in the attic. When he started getting closer, I approached hallway A. This is some Looney Tunes ass shit, man. That way, I avoided being seen as I returned to hallway C. Sai appeared from the lobby and started to open doors in hallway A as well. What the hell is he doing? It seems like he's being silent on purpose. I knew he'd soon go up the floor, so I circled back to hallway B. My heart rate was increasing. I couldn't feel safe anymore. Why had Sai said that I would die, and why had he chased us with a knife? He's gonna kill her right here. And
uh-oh.
His intentions were unfathomably enigmatic. However, I didn't think he declared my death because he'd already killed me. At one point, he'd stated that he'd be the one to kill me if he had to. And the knife he was holding, where had he gotten it from? There was something to consider. I'd seen him exiting the storeroom, but he was searching through hallway A, so he'd been in the storeroom before inspecting its hallway. Could he have come from the outside door? It can't be, can it? But it would explain the knife and how he was in the storeroom right after I left it. I heard something behind me and quickly hid myself in the cleaning room. Who was that? Someone had been in hallway B. When I considered it, I concluded it had to be Irina. I froze, wondering if she could have seen me. I still had the Sekimeiya, but I really didn't want to activate it. It seemed I hadn't been seen. I couldn't hear her, but she wasn't coming. I didn't know what was happening, so I had to stay there. For a while, nothing happened at all. That changed when someone started to get closer. The steps came from hallway C. Are they coming over here? That's someone else, right? The sound got louder until it was coming from right behind the door. However, the steps kept going. This way of walking, it's gotta be Sai. Was he circling the floor again? He'd come from hallway C and disappeared toward the lobby side. It didn't sound like he'd looked into all the rooms again, so I didn't understand. When the silence returned, it stayed for even longer. Different Sai? Possibly different Sai. Did he go upstairs already? What about Irina? That must have been her, but where is she now? I thought about what would happen next in detail. Our past selves are in the attic, and they'll try to come back here soon. I guess I get how the chase started. I think Sai was searching for someone while holding that knife. I don't know why, but it's very possible he wanted to find Katsuki. The elevator's on this floor, and Sai went up to search for Katsuki. When we called the elevator from the attic, he was on the 3rd floor and heard it. He probably figured it was empty, especially if he knew it was on the crystal floor. From his perspective, someone called it from the attic and was about to go back down. That's how he intercepted us. Seconds after he heard it, he called it from the 3rd floor, knowing someone would be inside. If he was looking for someone in particular, that might be why he wasn't right outside when we opened the door. How did the chase go down, though? We locked ourselves in the attic, but somehow he had another key to open it. We thought we couldn't try to lock ourselves in a bedroom because he took the key, but it was still in the drawer when he and I teleported in there later. But that's not all. I found out Sai had the key to both bedrooms in his pocket, and he even frowned when he saw one was in the drawer. That must be why he didn't take it to trap us. Do you think it wouldn't be there because he'd already taken it?
This is a lot.
You want to take over?
Sure.
That was a lot. Sorry, you have to go through that.
That was a lot. Yeah, that was a lot. Yeah, that was a lot. I don't even know what to do all of that right now. I can't process all of that right now.
I can't process all of that either. I feel like it was reviewing a bunch of stuff that happened with kind of like, does this make sense or not? But like, yeah, that was a lot. That was a big callback too. After trying to escape, we'll all end up in the event room. I should be able to stay here and leave when that happens. I tried to loosen up. The cleaning cart was gone and there was room on the floor to nervously walk in circles. One of my favorite hobbies. They should be here soon. The chase didn't go on for that long. I had to attentively listen for our arrival, but my heartbeat wouldn't let me focus. It was late into the day. 9 o'clock was close to 2 hours away, and I touched the Sekimeiya in the bathroom a while before that. The most important time was approaching, and I had no idea what to do. I perceived the faint running steps I'd known would come. We were going to the event room. Shortly after they faded, the same sound repeated, and it quickly approached me. Isn't Mia supposed to be around here at some point, talking to Arena? Is that after they get munched by Sai, or no?
I don't know.
Yeah, it was Sai. He had appeared from hallway B, running into Katsuki. To avoid being heard, he slowed down momentarily until he bumped against Akatsuki. They'll be in the event room for a while. I should be able to leave now.
I'm so confused. Can we have a smarter narrator do this? That would be nice.
I couldn't stay there or else Katsuki would see me. Nervously, I turned the doorknob and slowly opened the door. The event room was open and I could faintly hear our voices. I carefully slipped the hallway C.
To be fair, I don't know if I would be doing much better than her in this situation.
I have been critical about the characters being kind of dumb before now, but I think at this point I would be doing worse than them possibly.
Yeah, I think I would be worse off. Yeah.
Like oh my god, I'll be fine here. It won't take much for Sai to run out. Is it a good idea to try and see where he went? If I don't intend to change the past, it won't change. As long as that notion was correct, I could peek out from where I was, knowing I wouldn't be seen. He didn't have enough time to go to hallway C, did he? I didn't think so, and even if he had, his reappearance still wouldn't make sense. Sekimeiya was getting too hot, urging me to drop it, but I resisted. So close to it, it was undeniable that it had been the emitter of the strange smell. Oh, we're in the smelly timeline. While I waited Sai's next move, I looked around me, wondering where Arena and Akaro were. Prepared to react, I stood in place. I couldn't hear us from there, but I knew I'd noticed Sai's escape.
Wait, does that mean that it smells before you even use it? It just smells when it's getting like really hot. Okay, well.
Yeah. Or someone just used it right here and she's getting smells confused.
Yeah.
Then it happened. He dashed out of the event room, his swift steps reaching me. As fast as I could, I looked at the hallway. Huh? Confused, I hit myself before Katsuki saw me. Then I glanced at the Sekimeiya. I still had it. Don't get it. Why was he not found? Sai had sprinted straight ahead, shutting himself inside room B4, where I'd just been. Could there have been a third Sekimeiya? If not, his disappearance couldn't be explained. Ah, no. I think I know what he did. At once, I understood what had happened. Sai had merely been playing with us. He hadn't lied about that. It was absurd, but given his grin, I was sure it was the right answer. Something we told him had allowed him to pull it off. Where did you even get that knife? Did you kill Kate in Arena?
No, I haven't killed anyone. Listen, here's a good question for you. I've seen Kate and Arena's corpses. If I killed them, how come there's no blood on my clothes?
You got a point. We told him Arena had died, but he knew the truth. Before, when he was looking through the floor, he came across Arena. After that, she woke up and left the room. When I was in the cleaning room, Sai walked through the hallway again. Maybe he was drawn to the sound and saw Arena was gone. In short, Sumari. He knew that she hadn't died and she wasn't in that room anymore. That was how he thought of a way to outsmart us, just like he said. He ran to that crystal room and covered himself with the curtain to make Katsuki think Arena was still beneath it. That was his trick. Wait, what?
Wow. Oh,
but
wow.
Why? But why?
Just because he's fucking Sai, that's why. Because he's fucking Sai, that's why.
So Arena is with Mia right now.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. He's a magician, that's why he is a fucking magician.
He's just like that. He's just like that. That's why he just does that.
Fucking hell. I waited for Katsuki to enter the cleaning room and slowly stepped away. We didn't have time to search this hallway, so I won't be found here. I returned to the secret section of the cold storeroom. It was around the time that Sai and I had traveled to the attic, so I'd soon have no understanding of what would happen below. After a few seconds, I looked down at the glowing gem. The strong heater on the Sekimeiya seemed to have lessened. Huh. Did it cool down a little? It's still pretty hot, so it's not like I put it in the cold cabinets. That's weird.
Oh, don't add more complexities to this.
Stop adding rules to the Sekimeiya.
Stop it.
It didn't matter. I knew I had to think. I had to come to a final conclusion. But it was impossible. The time was rapidly approaching, and it didn't seem like I'd make a decision I wouldn't regret forever. Oh, does she put it into the toilet? While the minutes kept passing, it didn't feel like they were to me. I was firmly trapped with very little time left. I hadn't heard our past selves in some time, so it was likely we'd already traveled. Someone was walking in hallway A. Since I didn't know who it was, that meant my past self wasn't there anymore. Who was it? It could have been Katsuki, Arina, or Akaro. Even though Sai had escaped from the attic, I didn't think it could have been him yet unless he traveled to the past. Could be Mia. Soon, identical sounding steps passed by. They headed up the stairs. I just left the floor. I wonder if it was Katsuki. I wanted to leave, and that was a good time. I had been able to get rid of the Sekimeiya, and I had the opportunity to leave it in the cold. I couldn't see or hear anyone, so I stepped into the event room and slowly looked through the door. It was empty. Most importantly, the Sekimeiya wasn't on the floor, which meant someone had been there after our travel. It was probably Katsuki. I moved to hallway B and walked to the crystal room in front. Next to Naomi's body, the red curtain lay by itself. Without wasting time, I did what I had planned earlier and left the Sekimeiya sealed away in the very first cabinet where we found it. When I closed it, a sound indicated it had locked automatically. Don't they come in here and find it later? Oh. The wheel appeared damaged, and it still worked, so I was able to set the temperature to 0 degrees Celsius. Unknown to Shiroi right now, it's actually fucking Sai under that curtain as well. God. Naomi's gone too. It might not be a good idea to go back. Katsuki told me he searched for me. If he comes from the stairs while I'm in the storeroom, I won't be able to leave before I'm found. If I'm here, I can avoid being seen by circling the hallways like I did earlier with Sai.
I swear to fuck. I would be such a fucking... every time I looked into the room, I'm looking under the curtain. Is it Sai? I'm looking behind the door. Is it Sai? I'm opening all of those fucking cabinets. Is he in one of the... Like, Akaro is 7 feet tall, so it's not like he can hide easily. But you've got the fucking twink with a knife, could be anywhere. He likes doing magic tricks. That's a fucking nightmare. That's the enemy you want the least.
The twink with a knife.
The twink with a knife who likes magic tricks. Are you kidding me? You can't imagine a worse enemy. You can't design a worse enemy.
I realized something. Up until then, there'd been reasons to avoid being seen. At the point I had reached, however, it wouldn't mean that much. My past self is in the attic, so as long as she can't see me, it shouldn't matter. I can be a bit calmer about that then. Technically, I was guaranteed to be seen again. It was what I'd been told. Not knowing what would happen was a little nerve-wracking, but Sai had been one person to see me. There was a bit of time left until that could happen, as he'd been in the attic for a while. Where the hell are Arina and Akaro? It's been so long since anyone saw Akaro. The one who came to the bedroom wasn't the same one who left with Sai. I know he's here, though. I waited, expecting to hear someone at any point. Until then, the floor seemed deserted. It was minutes later when I turned to the lobby. I felt like I'd heard someone there. Is anyone there? I expected them to come from the stairs. Seconds passed. I hadn't heard anything else. Could have been mistaken, so I slowly stepped to the door. No one. Had I imagined it? I entered, drawn once again by the blood ahead. Without a doubt, it was where the bigger pool had been earlier. I didn't imagine it this time. There's someone in hallway A! I retreated slowly. Wait, there's someone in hallway B as well.
Uh-oh.
I I doubted what to do as I approached the mechanical room. I see. This is why I'll be seen. I can't enter either hallway, so as soon as someone comes here, they'll find me. It'll probably happen even if I go down. My only move was to wait. When I thought about it, I realized that being found wasn't so bad. As long as Katsuki was one of the people I'd heard, I could stop worrying about my well-being. If I was with him until my past self left the attic, I knew Sayanakaro wouldn't be a threat because Katsuki hadn't said that something had happened to me. What would I tell him? No matter how much I wanted to talk to him, what could I possibly say? The Katsuki from this morning, where is he? Yeah, where is he? Will I ever find him again? He was a future version of the Katsuki here, but how will everything lead into what happened? How will he end up at the beginning of this day? After my past self traveled to November, could I stay with Katsuki? Even though it was possible the exit wouldn't open, could I just stay with him? According to him, a Shiroya who wasn't the real Shiroya would appear. A Shiroya. Was it possible for me to change reality in a way that wouldn't occur? The end was very uncertain, even more than the first time I'd gone through it. I didn't know what would happen, what I would do, or what I could do. It didn't seem like anything was happening. I'd been expecting either door to open, but a few still minutes had already passed. I know I didn't imagine it. There was someone in both hallways. I guess it's just a matter of time since I know for a fact I'll be seen. Both of them are you, Shiroya.
Oh my god.
Could it be that I had already been seen? What if I didn't know about it, but it already happened? It didn't seem likely, that I'd just be ignored, but I had no way to know. No matter what, there was nothing else I could do but stay in place.
Oh yeah.
Hey, where are you?
Where are you?
What? Katsuki? Shiroya, can you hear me? What's happening? Like a sharp needle, Katsuki's voice pierced into my chest. The pain in those words wasn't one I'd heard before. You're okay, right? If you can hear me, please come out. Say something. In the sudden manner they'd started, the shouts faded with a wail. Then in their place came a shrill cry. Katsuki was sobbing like a broken person. With a trembling hand, I grabbed the knob. As I pulled the door open, I saw Katsuki on the floor. He wasn't just crying, he was shaking. He was a wreck.
Hey.
My hoarse voice didn't reach him. Gently, and trying not to stagger, I took a step forward. When he saw me, he gathered himself enough to stop shaking and warily stood up. Are you actually Shiroya?
We're so back.
I didn't know what to say. When his eyes pierced into mine, any words I could have prepared flew out of my mind. Where were you? What's with those clothes?
I want to see what Katsuki's account of this Oh my god. His account
Wasn't
of this
there?
was
Are you the same one that yeah.
This was the egg chair note. Hello, I'm sorry I have to write this. I still can't believe what just happened. I'd been tightly gripping the note, the thing I despise, with my right hand. I detested it and wanted to distance myself from it as much as I could, so I left it between the handrail and the wall, avoid touching it for even another second.
Maybe that note is about Mia, and he regrets writing it. Because now he's in love with Shiroya. The better dead girl.
Let's see. He'd never written that, and he never would. And I knew very well the single thing that could have ever made that note a reality. So he's saying that if Shiroya, I think it's about Shiroya, because if Shiroya died, he would write that he'll never say that he loves her. Right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's about Shiroya.
Are you the same person who disappeared with Sai? So we have seen this from Katsuki's perspective.
Yeah, we have.
For sure, yeah, we just saw that. The same person? I'm not in the sense he means. I felt like my voice was stuck in my throat and my thoughts were all over the place. Had that exact conversation always happened when I've been in the attic?
I'm sorry, I'm very confused too. I guess so, though.
You guess so? What do you mean? You remember everything, right?
Right now,
I stopped myself. From hallway C, a figure approached. I remember being very frustrated when we heard this.
Mhm.
Yes? It was Arena. The look in her eyes and her way of walking had cut me off. When Katsuki turned around, he hardly reacted, so I wasn't sure if he already knew what had happened to her. I'm glad to see you two are safe. I was a bit worried. What's with those clothes? You weren't wearing them earlier, were you? Who the hell are you? Or even you? How can you two exist? What? It was the Arena we'd assumed was dead. Her clothes were stained with the stain of blood, and she appeared to be groggy. Where were you? How did you just appear out of nowhere? In response to that, Arena slowly knitted her brow. What do you not understand? Did you just pop into existence at some point? No. Why do you think that? Have you looked at that room? Your body is there. So this is Mia has already been here. Okay, what?
Mhm.
That one? It can't be. I knew you were lying. I can't be here. Of course not. Troya, what the hell is happening? Answer my questions. Answer my other questions. How can you exist when it should be possible? Did the same thing happen to Arena?
to Arena, she should be dead, right?
I stepped to the door. Of course, Arena's body was no longer there.
About Arena, I think what happened isn't what you think.
It's probably right. I can't think of anything anymore.
Under those stained clothes, there's no wound, right?
Huh?
There never was one. The body you think disappeared is her.
Do you mean that she never died? I nodded. When we found Arena, the shock of Kitei's death was still affecting us. We hadn't checked to confirm her death because we hadn't even doubted it.
Uh-huh.
Are you serious? Also, Arena really liked the crayonauts. Were you playing dead then, or just unconscious? It doesn't look like you feel very well. I'm not sure. I remember I was drawn to this room, and then I think I blacked out. Drawn by a noise? No, something stronger. I'm not sure what exactly. I don't know whose blood this is, but since I woke up, I felt groggy and numb. I see. I had no idea what that was about. I've been in the room when she appeared, but I hadn't sensed anything like that. Shroya, do you remember finding her body as well? And you realize what really happened? You still haven't explained what you're doing here. Are you the same Shroya who disappeared from the event room with Sai?
I wish I could explain everything to you, but I still don't really know what happened. But yes, I'm really glad to see you again.
I smiled and felt a wave of relief. It didn't matter that I didn't know why I was there again. Those words have been the most sincere of my life. What's with those clothes then? Why is the cross not on them? Why did you ignore me when we saw each other in the event room and when I kept shouting your name?
Well,
You were right. The clothes did come from a different timeline.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I'm still confused. But I have a question. Huh? The Sekimeiya, does it really make you travel through time? How does it work? What? If I understand it, touching it with your skin activates it, right? And you can go far into the past if it's out of the cabinet for a while. That's what I've been working under, yes? He looked at me in case I had an objection. Even after everything that happened, that still should have been correct, so I nodded uncertainly. I was thinking, why don't I just go back in time to save Isla? Katsuki and I looked at each other, and I wondered about her proposition. What would happen if Arena changed the past? What would happen to the world and to us? I don't know why I didn't think of it earlier. Someone killed her a few hours ago, so I just have to go to that time and prevent it. Saving Isla was something I could do. It should have been possible given what I knew. But I couldn't find the Sekimeiya. I kept looking at Isla's face for a very long time, and she told me that she could be saved. Then I saw a girl, and after that I heard you shouting. A girl? You saw Shiroya? I guess it couldn't have been anyone else. It must have been Shiroya. Oh, she did? I wonder if she's talking about the time before she fell unconscious when I was in the crystal room with her. I also saw what happened to Kitei. It looked horrible. Did someone do that? Couldn't have been an accident. But anyway, the Sekimeiya is not in the event room. Are you sure? Do you know where it could be? I really need to find it. No, I suspect Sai or Akara must have taken it. I knew where one was, but I couldn't bring myself to say it. Once again, the decision of whether to change the past had to be made, and I couldn't do it. You want to take over a narration until we're done? It's like 10 minutes, right? Or are we going longer today?
I don't know. I haven't heard from most of the streams. I can take over for now, though. Yeah.
Are you lying? What? No, I'm not.
Is he not? Who has the Sekimeiya Sai and I traveled with? If he does, I understand why he'd lie. Right now, he believes the past can't be changed. Master of the stream says there's no decent stopping point anywhere. Just find a spot we like. Oh, okay.
Okay.
We went way faster than he expected. Oh, that's nice.
Isn't he lying and the Sekimeiya is in the locker right now?
I don't know. I don't know. That's a very defeated I don't know from me.
I don't know. Okay.
What time is this at? Like past 5 p.m.? This is after... Yeah, it's locked in the locker right now.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah. Actually, that's right. He changed his mind on that before I got out of the attic. He said he'd changed the past. I frowned. What exactly was going to happen?
The way you two reacted, you don't want me to save Isla, do you?
That's not it at all. Remember that Sai and Ikaro took the cabinet key. They probably have the Sekimeiya. It seemed Irina was seeing through us. Discontent, she walked to the event room.
I knew it. You were lying.
Huh?
You didn't want me to look at the cabinet.
The Sekimeiya is here. Did Katsuki leave it in the cabinet? I don't think he would have. I looked at him. As I'd thought, he was visibly confused. The Sekimeiya shouldn't have been there. Irina opened the glass and rolled the Sekimeiya into her purse, not wanting to touch it for the time being. Following that, she immediately let the curtain fall back down. After a long silence, the hallway aid door opened. When we looked over, someone was stepping into the room. It's Sai, right? This is Sai? Yeah.
Yes.
It was Sai. He had already escaped from the attic.
Yay.
What's up?
What the fuck are you even doing here? Did you succeed with that plan of yours?
There's a place to stop in 15 to 20 minutes, they said. Are you good for that?
So right now, Sai is like to Shroya, like is in his head, like, how the fuck are you even here, right? Because he left her upstairs.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm good to go. Yeah, we can continue.
Okay. Yeah, we can keep going.
I might have to quickly step away to pee if it goes on for a little bit longer than that, but it's fine.
Okay. All right. We'll do 15 to 20 minutes then. Oh, not quite. Unfortunately, I thought Irina was dead. What's she doing with the Sekimeiya?
Liar! You thought that too? No, I'm going to go to the past to save Isla.
I doubt that. The past can't be changed.
That's nonsense. I'm going to the past, so I'll prevent Isla from dying. You used the Sekimeiya before, right? How long do I need to wait to go enough hours back?
Yeah, it should be about 15 minutes, but I still find it unlikely you'll change anything.
Sai, where the fuck did you go? Were you in the attic? Do you know where Shroya went? I saw her disappear with you.
Isn't she next to you? What's with those clothes anyway? Aren't they from there? They are. I see. They're definitely an improvement for you. And just ignore me, Katsuki. I was busy sorting something out. Aren't you excited to relive this scene specifically?
So the smile is because they both know that she's a different
Probably,
Shroya?
yeah. Probably.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Yeah, okay.
Sorting something out. I couldn't help but react as I knew he had just locked my past self into the attic.
Oh, right. I'd forgotten about this too. I found this just now. I tried to read it, but my head hurt a lot. Do you know what it is? What it is? Blah.
Out of nowhere, Irina took out a piece of paper from her purse and handed it to Katsuki. I saw some black letters on it, but I didn't recognize what it was. Immediately, he stashed it in his pocket. Hey, what was that?
Don't mind me, like you said.
You look pretty nervous. I saw something written there. You were pretty in control of things when you pulled off that trick with the key earlier, so why is this getting you all worked up? Do you want to hide it that badly?
It's just a personal paper. It has nothing to do with you or the Sekimeiya.
Very intriguing, then. Personal paper. I didn't think I'd seen it before. When I glanced at him, he immediately looked away, leaving me a little surprised.
Aww. So, did any of you see Mia?
Oh. Who?
You don't know her, right? I knew I wasn't going insane.
How do you know that name?
She's the person I was with earlier before I saw you two. It just came back to me. I don't know where she went, though.
What? What just happened? It's not possible. How could she have seen Mia? What's with that reaction? Don't you see she's just delirious? She didn't die, but I have a pretty good idea of what happened to her. Say, did you hallucinate someone?
That's not it. That's not just some name she made up.
Do you know this person then? We do, but Irina couldn't have seen her. She couldn't be here. Are you sure? She could have entered through the storeroom. She could have even traveled from the future, since the Sekimeiya is bound to be exposed to the outside world.
That's not what she means. She's not anywhere right now.
Oh, is she dead? Wait, Mia, you said? That was the biggest blow I'd been dealt in a long time. I'd grown to think I partially understood what had happened, but a few words were enough to shatter everything.
Yeah, so the other Shiroya, like, they never brought it up again.
Yep.
So, oh man.
Yep.
Yeah, holy fuck. Okay.
What did it mean? Could it have been another prediction from the world? Had my own decision been handed to me confirming that I would save Mia? There was no way. That didn't make sense. If I'd changed the past, many more things would have differed as well.
No, she's with us. She has red hair, right?
Did you actually see her? What did she say?
She told me her name, but she didn't look lost or anything. She knew me too. She just suddenly ran away, and I haven't seen her again. I definitely thought I hadn't seen her before, but I honestly wasn't sure.
There was no way to make sense of what she was saying. It seemed the structure of the world had been warped beyond comprehension. I don't know how to interpret this. Did you all agree to make up this story for when I appeared?
Yes. Shut up.
Well, I'm trying to figure things out myself, and I thought I was close to understanding quite a bit. But now there's a bunch of shit I don't get, and it doesn't feel great. You did mean she died, right? Is saving her with the Sekimeiya not an option?
Sai, shut the fuck up. If it was, I promise you that we would have done it.
Was Katsuki right? I didn't know anymore. I'd never known. Saving Mia alongside everyone else was supposed to be possible because traveling days to the past could soon occur. How did that... Whoop! Accidentally clicked. How did that tie into what Irina said, though? There was no longer anything that made sense.
It's probably been close to 15 minutes already, right?
I'd say so. Yeah, it's been almost 15 minutes since I arrived.
I love it when stories show you the same scene from a different perspective and it has a whole new meaning, by the way. I love it.
Do you? Do you love that?
Are you sure I'll go far enough? I do love that, yeah.
That's good.
Are you sure I'll go far enough back?
She died at around 2 o'clock, right? It should be enough, yes.
Okay, I'm going then. Are all of you coming with me?
Don't worry, we're far enough from you.
I understand. Well, goodbye for now. I'm going back to my own world.
Sai had kept lying to Irina, claiming 15 minutes was long enough to go hours back. However, I couldn't be entirely sure that was impossible. She got her hand closer to her purse. The three of us stepped back. Given what we knew about the range, we were outside of it. But I was concerned. Were we highly mistaken about how the range worked? I didn't stop retreating until... I just forgot the word retreat. I didn't stop retreating until Irina's hand contacted the Sekimeiya. And when it did, something I hadn't even imagined occurred. Sai was the only person to disappear.
What?
Wait, what? I was speechless. Irina had touched the Sekimeiya, and we'd been farther away than Sai. It didn't make any sense why he was the only one to vanish.
Why didn't it work? Did Sai disappear? Was everything he said a lie?
Chat says, is this when Sai gets transported to the attic bedroom again and tricks Shiroya a second time? Probably? Chapter 4 is Sai's perspective, and it just reads like Dolmek's inner monologue. There is nothing that this story could do to make me happier than to give me a Sai chapter. I'm not gonna lie.
I would love that too.
It's not even got anything to do with solving the mystery or anything. I just want to know what it's like in his little head. If it doesn't happen, can we get the DLC? It was almost laughable. We'd always been so far from the truth.
Admit it. Did you ever want me to save Isla? Were you involved in the first place?
You're wrong. We don't know how the Sekimeiya works, but this shouldn't have happened. No matter what I thought, it didn't make sense. It's crazy that Shiroya is the one in this room who understands the Sekimeiya the best right now.
Yep.
No matter what I thought, it didn't make sense. I couldn't even come up with a baseless explanation.
Is the Sekimeiya still even in her hand? Oh, yeah, here we go. Wait, where did it go?
No, she locked it in the cabinet, right?
She just used it, didn't she?
Oh, this Sekimeiya. Sorry, I thought you meant Shiroya.
Yeah.
It was in her purse, so we don't know whether it's still in her purse or not. Well, actually, she's reacting to that right now.
It's not here. Okay, so they teleported. So Sai is still in the room, and these three left.
Yes,
okay.
these. Yeah, this is what I thought before. These three left, and Sai teleported. Yeah. Irina's wide eyes were fixed on her purse. It was empty. Wait, what? The Sekimeiya disappeared?
It teleported.
No, it did not teletport. Shut up.
No,
Stop saying it teleports.
No.
Shush.
We teleported. Yeah.
Shushing the characters. Perplexed, Katsuki walked to the cabinet. When he raised the curtain, we saw the Sekimeiya sitting comfortably behind the glass. Because they went to a timeline where the Sekimeiya was behind the glass. Yes? Agreed?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So was Sai just out of range, or did Sai just go somewhere else? I think Sai was just out of range.
Yeah. Maybe.
I can't remember the diagram. Maybe.
There was a diagram.
Maybe.
Or maybe it works some other way that isn't proximity that we don't know about. Did it teleport to the cabinet? This has to be what Katsuki talked about.
Katsuki, tell me, what do I need to do to travel through time? Exactly what Sai and I told you. I don't know why it didn't work just now.
No, that's not it. The Sekimeiya didn't teleport. That's wrong! I thought back on what had just happened. Irina opened the glass and rolled the Sekimeiya into her purse, not wanting to touch it for the time being. Following that, she immediately let the curtain fall back down. Perplexed, Katsuki walked to the cabinet. When he raised the curtain, we saw the Sekimeiya sitting comfortably behind the glass. She didn't close the glass before lowering the curtain, but it's closed right now anyway. The Sekimeiya didn't teleport. I looked at the floor and my heart skipped a beat. There was no drop of blood. Then, the reason why only Sai disappeared...
Can I not save Isla? Why did it not work? Oh, of course. Wasn't even thinking. Traveling to the past is impossible. You lied about it since the beginning, right? That's why it didn't work. It can't happen. I actually fell for it. Poor Irina. Just wait here. I'll be back in a second.
Before we could react, Katsuki went to hallway B. I left Irina behind and saw him entering the staff room. So here he's going to get it out of the locker. Oh, was I right? But I don't get it. The Sekimeiya shouldn't have been in the cabinet. He promptly came back out. Did it disappear?
Yes.
Because in this timeline, it's not in the fucking locker.
Yeah. So which timeline are they in right now? Are they in Mia's original timeline?
Fuck if I know, man.
Man, oh, fucking hell.
I see. So it is as I thought.
What did you want to do? I'm just wondering about Sai's whereabouts because an extra version of him has existed somewhere in the past. Did we never see him in so many hours? I'm not sure, but he has to be somewhere. There you are. What were you doing?
Sai appeared from the lobby.
Huh?
Oh, what the fuck? On his face, there was only shock. I saw it very well as his eyes were boring a hole through me. Huh? What? Who the fuck are you? How are you here? Mia Sai.
Yeah.
Before I recovered from hearing that, someone came from the event room.
Whoa, what's this girl doing here? So
Mia
they just traveled
Akaro.
from the same part then.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mia Akaro, Mia Sai. All right.
Yeah. It was Akaro.
And I... Sorry.
It was Akaro, and I understood. It was the first time when Katsuki had seen him again. It wasn't happening for the first time. Katsuki, now you have to answer. Who is she? Are you actually acting as if you don't recognize me? Of course we don't.
Well, no. Of course we do. Aren't you dead? Oh.
Oh.
So they're not from the same
they're all
timeline.
fucking mixed up right now. It's like Kitei timeline Akaro and Mia timeline Sai and timeline A, all of the other three of them are fucking trying to talk to each other and don't know what the fuck is going on, if I understand this correctly.
It's great.
That's so fucking funny. How often did this happen? It is spaghetti. Oh my god.
They need to set up like code introductions where like, okay, where are you from? What happened? What happened here? Like, yeah.
Not even fucking around. That would have been like the minute, if I were in this situation, the minute that I sniffed out alternate timelines in like stream 4 or whatever, I would have been like, we're developing a code phrase, or we are all holding hands and never going anywhere. But like, absolutely not. Yeah, everybody's holding hands, making a line, not romantically. It's like going to the fucking playground. This is like, it's a fucking Madeline holding hands, walking down the fucking hallway, searching the building. We're not splitting up between floors. We're just like, Jesus Christ. Dead? When did I die? Did it happen again? Me? Why would I be dead? And you too. Oh, or Akaro could have seen her in the paper. That's true. He could also they could have just hopped to the Mia timeline, and then Akaro could have known her from the paper.
Oh shit! Yeah.
So they could have just hopped. The three of them could have hopped to the Mia timeline, and then Akaro and Sai are like from here and are like, "What the fuck are we looking at right now?"
Okay, of course we do imply some amount of familiarity, though.
Yeah.
But maybe he just like assumes everyone else reads the newspaper every morning.
Yeah, I have no idea. Didn't Akaro see her dead in the Mia timeline too? Well, she was dead in the elevator. That's true. Yeah, they saw her in the elevator anyway, so they know who she is because she's dead. Either way, the Mia timeline people at this point in the day, if we're at the same time, would know her as dead. Yeah, he moved her body. You're right. Holy fuck. And you too, Arena. I thought you died.
What? Isn't that what you said earlier?
Earlier? What the hell are you talking about? There was no question. That Sai wasn't the same person we'd just been with.
Sai, what time is it?
I feel very clever, actually. It's 6:43. Why? Did you time travel?
No, I didn't.
Time travel? No.
He's right, though. Are you a future version of Arena or something? What? Well, you're not dead after all, but we felt your pulse. In any case, I figured you would have come from the future. What even happened to you? I can't remember much. I think someone hit my head and I fell unconscious. I don't know what happened before that. Yeah, that's about what we knew too. Sorry that we can't be of more use.
I don't get it either, but I'm glad you're safe. This means you're not guaranteed to end up dead, but you, what even is your name? How did you get here? I've been here since the start.
That's not true.
What? How could that possibly not be true?
Hold on though, your name. I think I might actually remember that. Shiroya, was it? My memory's a little foggy. Okay, so maybe he is from the same timeline and it is the paper. Maybe you're right. Or the news.
I nodded, puzzled.
Thought so. Like I said, I thought you died.
Yeah, I feel like maybe this is the paper, but I don't know. As you can see, I'm alive.
Do you have a twin by any chance?
What? No.
That doesn't make any sense. I'm still really confused.
What the fuck do you mean you're confused? She just showed up like that. Did you enter through the storeroom? I've been with you since 9, Sai. That's a load of crap. Regardless, you'll definitely die. I'm sorry to tell you like that, but you're not making it easy for us. Katsuki, I know you know her. I'm going to die? That's not true. It has to be another false fate spawned the same way as the other.
I do, and she's telling the truth.
Are you just fucking with me? What's the point of lying so blatantly?
He's telling the truth. Shiroya's been with us the entire time.
The entire time? Not even you have been here since 9.
Excuse me?
Well, you get what I mean. You don't remember when you got attacked or where you came from very well, right? Of course, Serena and Isla have been here the whole time, but not you. The Sekimeiya had disappeared as soon as Arena touched it. In the storeroom, the same thing had happened to me. I looked around, wondering where I was. Oh!
What?
A camera. Above the door to the lobby, a camera focused its lens on us. Unlike all the others, no smoke was on its smooth surface. And the green light isn't there. It's that world, the one from this morning.
Wait, did you notice something?
Then that Katsuki, is he here? When Naomi touched the Sekimeiya, I'm sure he stayed behind. Oh, if it's Kate world, if it's no Kate world, then the cameras aren't on. Is that what this is about?
So all the people here aren't even from this timeline.
Yeah, they're just fucking here right now. They're just standing in the hallway in a place that they do not belong to, just fucking around. Yeah. I need to go somewhere. I'm just gonna go to the storeroom and check the door. Oh, the attic? Okay, all right, girl, go for it. I'm sorry, I need to go to the attic. Before he could say anything, I took off for hallway C. Please, don't follow me. Oh, I remember this. And then she never comes back, right? She gets the other
She never
one.
comes back. Yeah,
Okay.
she never comes back.
There was a reason I had to do that. The Katsuki from that morning, it was very possible he was somewhere, and I really wanted to find him again. The attic had been where we'd parted, but I had to go alone. He was a future version of the Katsuki I'd just been with. I concluded that the two versions of the same person could never interact with each other because it was a real paradox devoid of origin. I concluded this based on nothing, but that's nothing new for this VN. And paradoxes were impossibilities. If Katsuki came with me, it would guarantee I'd never find his future self. In the world we were in, it was very possible the door to the attic had been open how we'd left it. Going by myself, I could find him. He was the future version of the Katsuki I'd just been with. I just told him I was going there, so if his future self was in that world, I knew he would be waiting. And it would let me verify my conclusion that there was no past self of mine locked in a bedroom. This seems like a stopping point. Is this the stopping point that people were imagining?
Yeah.
Good luck making the chart. Thank you. No, not the stopping point. No, a bit further. Okay. When I confirmed I wasn't being followed, I exhaled in relief. I tried to open the elevator, but it wasn't there. I should use it. If he's on another floor, he'll at least hear me. I pressed the button and waited for the elevator. Once it had come, I stepped inside. The 7 button wasn't available, but I still had the key to the attic. After getting it out of my purse, I enabled the button and pressed it to start ascending. A couple more minutes for the next half hour? Oh, okay. On the way, my anticipation compounded. My heartbeat meshed with the slight friction of the ropes above. Upon arriving, I slowly opened the door, revealing an empty hallway. I stepped out and walked to the turn. As soon as I looked ahead, it was settled. My past self wasn't there, and both bedrooms were open. But where was Katsuki? It didn't seem like anyone was there. I headed to the living room and looked at the floor. These footprints, they're very recent. Then a sound came from the stairs. Fixing my eyes on the door, I noticed it was approaching. I hope it's her. I hope it's her. I hope it's Mia. I hope it's Mia. And finally it opened. The person behind it, were they the one I wanted to see? Oh, that seems like a good stopping point, don't you think?
We'll find out next week, yeah.
Yeah, we'll find out next week. Oh.
There you are. You did come. I'd forgotten you had the key to the attic.
Are you the Katsuki from this morning? No, he's all messy.
Oh, he is messy. Yeah, I'm glad I wasn't wrong.
You knew I would be here, right? You remembered what happened. He nodded. That was it. I'd finally found him. We just had to stay together from that point on. What had happened after I'd traveled didn't matter anymore. As long as I stayed with Katsuki, we would be together at 9, which he had lived through once already. I was so relieved, and he looked the same. However, there was something else on his face. I felt it was exhaustion. Have you been... And smoke, yeah. Have you been here all this time? It looks wrong for him to have a smile on his face. Have you been here all this time? When you disappeared this morning, I tried to find you, but I was in another world, right?
I think so. I learned a lot of things. It's been longer than I think. It's been longer than I think since I saw you. Oh, shit.
What do you mean? You said the recording was real, right? What happened at 9 o'clock? And why did both of us appear at the start of today?
Why did we travel to this morning? I know the answer now. I remember what you told me. You said you traveled to the 30th of November and that a few days later you touched the Sekimeiya in the tower. Is that right?
Yes, that's when I appeared with you in the lobby.
No, that's wrong. I know what happened to you.
For a moment I was lost. What did that mean? What had happened to me?
You didn't go to November. You went to the future.
Wow, 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 wow.
What?
No, I didn't. I went 2 weeks to the past.
I don't know why you think that, but I believe you went to the future. You said that you entered the tower in early December. I believe that was the 5th of January instead.
The 5th of January? That doesn't make any sense. It didn't make any sense. Did it? The days I'd spent in my apartment. That had been in December, hadn't it?
Like I said, the recording was real. On the 5th of January, we were in the tower. That's why I appeared with you in the lobby when you touched the Sekimeiya.
No. How would I have gone to the future? There's no way.
With the Sekimeiya, there were two of them. She ate month-old meat.
I know. I saw that too. What do you mean, though?
I've thought about everything that happened. There were always 2 Sekimeiya, but only one of them made us go to the past. The other one made us go to the future instead. What are you talking about? The one in the water tank sent you to the future, but that wasn't the first time. It wasn't the first time you traveled forward in time. There were others.
I was at a loss for words. That couldn't be the truth. It didn't make sense. But if it had happened before... Earlier, when our past selves had traveled to the attic, I'd pressed the elevator button 2 times, and only one of them could have caused the sound we'd heard. If we'd appeared in the future instead, that solved it. We'd immediately thought we'd traveled just a few minutes to the past because the handle in the bedroom had been reattached, and our footprints were still visible in the living room. But that would have been the case a few minutes into the future, too. Was that really possible, though? Wouldn't we have noticed a ton of contradictions? Yeah, Shiroya, like, I don't know. Whenever Katsuki presses it, and then suddenly his fucking hand is healed as though, like, a couple of hours went by, like, come on.
So that's the fireworks for New Year's? Didn't she check the date on the newspaper or something? I thought... Did they just have old-ass newspapers at the cafe, and the dude is like, ha ha ha, you never asked?
We are now given a question. This will have no impact whatsoever, so answer as you see fit. Where did Shiroya travel? To the past or to the future?
Didn't she check the shit? She did, didn't she? Wouldn't that explain it? Why, like, a month? Like, no, how long is a month to change when the sun rises?
So her date, she looked at her phone when she traveled back. The phone did show November 30th. Okay?
Yeah.
She looked at the newspaper and it said the date, and he said, "Is this new?" And the date, she said, "Is this new?" And the date was December 1st.
Yeah, so she went back to the past. He's wrong. But there is something fucked up here, because, like, yeah, why were there fireworks?
Yeah.
And why was there some fuckery going on? Also, she went back and she went and spoke to Vasude, and Vasude's like, I'm in the past too. I shouldn't be here. She definitely went to the past.
Well, but Vasude might think the wrong thing too.
Okay, the only way that she went to the future is if the cafe guy is in on it and specifically got those newspapers to fuck with her. That's the only way it could happen. So he has to be in on it, and I can't imagine that's the case. I say she went to the past. What do you think? Know the lottery numbers?
I did. There's just so I agree with you, like, that the most obvious things are saying that she went to the past, but I feel like that means that it's the future. I don't have a good reason for it. But I feel like she was going back and forth almost. Like, I do feel like.
Was the handle broken when she broke in?
Yes. Wasn't it? Yes.
Wait,
because she was like, I need to. She didn't, like, prop it open or anything or something. Yeah, it was.
The shutters weren't down. The shutters weren't down.
The shutters were not down. The shutters were not down.
She could see inside.
Yeah, she could see inside. Yeah.
Oh. Okay, I feel like with the information I'm being given that in the past, it has to be the past, but I feel like somehow the answer is the future because it's just a more interesting one and they're going to explain some bullshit.
That's what I feel too. That's what I feel too. Why are you mousing? I just saved.
Do we want to end the stream here and, like, think about it for a week?
That would be pretty funny, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Do we think about it for a week?
Let's think about it for a week.
All right, let's think about it for a week.
Let's get a poll though. Yeah, poll would be good. Like a poll. Like what would the answer
Yeah,
be?
let's get the poll though. Let's get the poll. Do we have? I can do it if there's no one in chat.
Are there a lot of Seki Fullers in chat though? Like, are they gonna know the answer? Okay, never mind. We're not gonna get that. That won't tell us the answer.
If I tell them not to vote in it, do you think they'll respect it?
I think they will actually. I think they will.
All right. I'm voting future. There's a poll up. I'm voting future because it's the whole Sekimeiya community is here, Joe. It's kind of likely.
I'm voting pass because I can't imagine a satisfying narrative reason for why the newspaper is different, unless it's like time traveling ninja Akaro, who is also slipping the keys into everyone's purse and also taking phones out, also went back and changed the fucking newspaper, and coffee at the newspaper didn't realize, at the cafe didn't realize the newspaper had been changed to the top. But like I can't imagine.
Your strategy is to make an option that says Seki Fuller's click here. I should have done that. I'll do that next time.
Maybe she time traveled again?
That's what I was trying to get at with saying that, like, maybe fucking around with the Sekimeiya fucks with you somehow, because there were like multiple times where like Vice Today said that he traveled to the past, like that newspaper said the date, like her phone said the date, but then her phone stopped working, which would happen if you like didn't pay the bill or whatever, right? Like it seems like both somehow, and I don't know what to.
I think right now, and this is probably wrong, I think right now that she did go to the past, she was in the past, and then that night when she tried to fall asleep when her phone lost service, someone came with a Sekimeiya, stood outside her apartment, touched it with range, and sent her to the future, and that's what happened. And then she broke through. Maybe that's what happened. That's what happened.
I just don't know, like. I want to say future out of sheer contrarianism.
Why would the ticket still be in the purse?
I know. Well, to be fair, I did find a concert ticket for something over a year ago in my purse the other day.
It had to be the past. It had to be.
All right. We'll decide for next week. We'll see how it goes. Well, why don't we return to the giant chart and
wait, she even checked her phone for events coming up at Ashiya Tower, and she was gonna buy one. Remember?
She did do that. She did. Yeah. Do that,
she had to be in the past. Like, it had to be.
She
Katsuki's
had to
wrong.
Katsuki's wrong. Okay.
Katsuki's wrong.
She followed the kid too. She did follow the kid. Oh, sorry. Thank you, R101, for subbing with Prime, and thank you, Terraflop, for 5 gift subs. Really appreciate that. To who? To Indian Go, Chief Mogi, Lego Piece number 3037, Bob Jones 228, and Sky Thicon. Thank you.
It was the second Sekimeiya event.
It was the second Sekimeiya exhibit. Yeah, they lost one, so they just put the other one up. Katsuki being wrong seems a bit too obvious. There's no way to metagame this. There's no good way to metagame this. We have to make a big chart. We have to. Joe, I'm so sorry. We have to reread Shiroya City.
No.
We've got to reread Shiroya City.
No.
We've got to do it.
I'd rather be wrong. It's fine. I'll just be wrong. I'll just be wrong. Yeah.
I will reread Shiroya City. Listen. We have all the pieces. We have to reread Shiroya City. Okay. All right.
No.
Thank you everyone for coming. Joe, what are you streaming? You're streaming Final Fantasy VI on Tuesday?
Tuesday, maybe tomorrow. I'm staying up all night tonight, so it's unlikely, but we'll see what
very
happens.
Exciting.
Yeah.
Very exciting.
Very exciting.
I thought you weren't doing that.
I am doing that. Yeah, I'm trying.
All right,
yeah.
You are doing that. Okay. Yeah. So maybe Final Fantasy VI tomorrow. Definitely Final Fantasy VI Tuesday. I will be coming back with Moon Remix RPG on Wednesday here on this channel. Thanks, everybody. Yes, staying up all night to brainstorm Sekimeiya. That's what we're off to do. More Sekimeiya after we get done with Sekimeiya. That's right. Right, we're gonna
I need to use the bathroom for a while, so I'm gonna go.
That's
see
okay.
you in the chat.
All right. See you later. here we go. Thanks, everybody.